Well, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year to you all. I'm calling the West Grey Council meeting to order. We do have all of our members of council present, so we have quorum. We are on item number 2 now, which is a moment of reflection. So would you please join me and stand for the moment of reflection? Stand if you're able to do so, please. Thank you very much. Item number 3 before us is the declaration of pecuniary interests and general nature thereof. Members of council, are there any declarations? Councillor Shea.
Yes, Mayor, I have a
Thank you, Councillor Shea. It's been so noted, and you have filled out the appropriate form. Thank you for doing that. It is now a requirement if a member of council declares a pecuniary interest that a prescribed form is completed, and then it is held in a registry. Item 4 is closed session, of which we have none indicated on the agenda. Matters arising from the closed session as item 5, that would be an NA as well. So we're on number 6, moving right along. It's the comment period. So at this time, if there's any member of the audience that has a comment on any item on this agenda, you're welcome to go to the podium and address council. So I would invite anyone that would like to make a comment. And the clerk has also reminded me that there's also opportunity within the public meeting, which will start at 10:15, and that's the cannabis retail outlet store. So if you're here for that public meeting, there is also time to speak on that issue. So anybody dealing with items on the agenda? All right, well, thank you very much. Then we'll just move along with our agenda. So members of council, we are moving along quite well. We do have some items that we can deal with, seeing that it's just shortly after 10 a.m. I wonder if you wouldn't mind continuing on the agenda and we could deal with the consent portion. Okay, the items are getting signed at this moment, so we'll just take time for that. While we're waiting, it might be a good time for you to check your calendars and be prepared to speak to the communications portion of the agenda. Members of council, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Hutchison. Be it resolved that items 1A to B1, inclusive contained in Part 1, consent agenda be adopted as printed, and further that authorization be given for the action to be taken as may be necessary to give effect to the recommendations contained therein. Questions? Councillor Townsend.
I'd like to request that items 4, which is communication on Autism Ontario, and C5, the Grey Bruce Youth Literacy Council correspondence, also be pulled, so that we'll discuss that under new business.
Thank you very much. We will have those pulled. We'll deal with them under direct motion. Thank you. Any other questions? Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, in favor, opposed? Carried. We just have some other motions. If you could pass those along for consideration of moving and seconder, please. Yeah. Okay, Council, we are on part 2 of the regular agenda, which is item 9, communications from Mayor and members of Council. Is there anyone that would like to start that? Councillor Townsend.
Sure, it's been a really busy time with lots of activities, fundraisers, et cetera. From a fundraising point of view, the Country Corner had a Breakfast with Santa, which supported the firefighters of Durham and raised over $2,200. And there was a pancake breakfast in Ayton Fire Hall, which I know their target was 425. I'm not quite sure how close they came to that. I haven't heard any numbers. I've been trying to find that out. There's also, there was free skating offered over the Christmas and New Year period. And there were 15 sessions that were sponsored by 10 separate organizations or businesses. So, commend them for stepping forward. There was also a Durham Legion New Year's Eve fundraiser. This year they had such a full crowd, they had to actually go into the club portion because they wouldn't all fit in the hall. So that was the only way they could make the fire regulations. So, anyways, all in all, it's been really good and great for the fundraising aspect of Durham. So thank you to everyone who attended as well.
Councillor Shea.
So just to note that the Durham Activity Centre will be having a reception for council and the public on January 26th. I believe that's a Saturday at noon. To celebrate their 20th anniversary. The Durham Activity Centre is a kind of partnership with the municipality. We support them in some ways. And I know that they're a bit of a hidden gem within the community, and we should be doing what we can to try and make them better appreciated. So I'd like to see anyone who would be interested in coming out to visit us at the Durham Activity Centre that afternoon.
Thank you.
Further comments? Councillor Hutchinson.
Just a couple of comments. Unfortunately, over the Christmas break, we lost a community member in Newstead, Kathy Weber, who's a longtime member of community volunteer committee down there. She played a big role in the craft fair for a number of years, and so our condolences go out to her family at this time. Just a reminder that we have a new business in Durham called Stomp Me Wine. I don't know if that's exactly the name, but a wine store down in by the Foodland, and they're having a grand opening this Saturday, I believe it is. If anybody would like to take part in that, so it's good to see some new businesses come into town.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Hergert.
So there were many celebrations and activities going on. Thank you everyone for your reports. The Durham Art Gallery is having a salon-style art show. If your name begins with ART and you live in West Grey, and I know their page says Durham citizen, but I've checked the detail and it can be for a West Grey resident. You can bring in a piece of art, or it could be made, it could be bought, anything like that that's going on. They also have a save the date, February 21st. There's a discussion about 2 individuals that have built their own collection, their art collection. And so there's lots going on at the Durham Art Gallery. Elmwood had their Farmers Week this week. Catch the Ace Friday night at the Legion, 5:15. See you there.
Further members of council? Well, I would just like to let you know that all members of council have been very active over our festive season, being involved in the community and participating in different events. And I thank you all, and I thank all of our West Grey community for being involved. All right, now we are at 10:09, and our public meeting does not start until 10:15. My suggestion is that we just continue on with the reports, but I will consult. One moment. Members of council, with your indulgence, I would propose that we deal with the clerk's report and see how much of the items that we could get through. Thank you. Clerk Turner.
So the first item, the councillor, the whole had requested a look into electronic vote by council. Apparently, well, Township of Southgate does employ that method, that it does record as council members vote as per resolution. It will record how the members of council voted. As you're aware, this council, as most councils, just raise their hands, and outside of that, there's a recorded vote on a contentious issue, perhaps. Then it would, the names themselves would be recorded either for or against the resolution. So, to be honest, I think the methodology in that South uses came up because, to be blunt, it was a out of a dysfunctional council, and there were a number of instances where a couple of council members were not voting on quite a few resolutions. So this software was employed for that purpose, among other purposes. So I'm really not sure what value there is at this time. I believe this council, as in the past, will continue to work collectively well as a group, and when there is an issue that's, you really feel that the name should be recorded either for or against, and you want to make sure that's noted, that that recorded vote is an option. Basically, the precept is that council acts as a corporate body, and they make decisions collectively, but again, there is that alternative for the recorded vote if need be. So I would just recommend this be received for information, this correspondence, or this item.
Thank you for that thorough report. I see there's a question down here. Councillor Hutchinson.
Did the Southgate, do they not have their council meetings videotaped? Because I'm thinking in our case, we're videotaped, so our vote is very visual, right? So we raise our hand if we're in favor
I can't
or
recall
against.
if they have them videotaped or they're looking into that. Yeah, I can't recall. I may have asked that, but memory fails. But yes, I did fail to mention that. Yes, we are recorded on YouTube, so definitely if a member of the public wants to see how an individual council member did vote, then they can certainly look at that as well.
Any further questions, Councillor Hutchinson? Councillor Shea.
So I brought up that question of Southgate doing it that way, Mark, because one of the things that really intrigued me was that it's very easy for them to publish the councillors' voting records, and that anybody can come in at any point and say, can you give me the voting records for the last 3 months? And they just press a button and print out a sheet, and it's very transparent. We've all spoken about our commitment to transparency, and having votes recorded on video is certainly a move towards transparency, but I think we have to recognize that the transparency commitment is, in this case, somewhat asymmetrical. That somebody who wants to know a councillor's voting record over the past year would have to invest 20 or 50 hours of watching YouTube videos with a pen and writing it down just to find out a fact that we might be able to provide using that system with just a click of a mouse. So in terms of trying to create a more symmetrical commitment to transparency, I was very intrigued by the idea that they would have all votes be de facto recorded votes. So if you're suggesting that we don't use that system, and I did think it was kind of expensive and had a lot of features that we don't need, I would like to suggest that we explore the idea of having all votes be recorded votes, and that we make the results of that, or some sort of quarterly tabulation or annual tabulation of that available on the website or on demand to anybody who's interested in it.
Very interesting approach. I quite like that. Any other comments at this stage? Well, I'm wondering, members of council, just further to Councillor Shea's suggestion, perhaps we should receive a staff report talking about the opportunity to look at recorded votes for specific items, what that process would look like, the impact on the meeting agenda. I'm wondering if that is a suggestion that would be acceptable by this council. And I would very much appreciate nods or thumbs down. Okay. Any comments on that? Councillor Townsend.
As long as we include amount of effort and impact on the workload of staff to do that, because it would be very labor intensive if we don't use the system to do it. So, and I'm not sure the value that you get if someone's concerned about a particular councillor not voting, they can raise that through either the clerk or yourself. And so you can still address it in another way and save some time. But I'm open to the report to see what it does or what it shows.
Yeah, I think we could look at impact, workload, the value of transparency for our public and also for the record of the individual member of council, notwithstanding we do vote as a collective political body. So why don't we just move ahead and ask for that staff report, whether that's something that can fit on the schedule for February or March. I am going to leave that open. Right now, it's not a rush item, as we have a lot of issues before us, and certainly staff do as well. So, okay, and thank you for that suggestion, Councillor Shea. We are at a time where we'll just suspend the clerk's report at this time, and we will go back to item 7, which is our public meeting regarding cannabis retail outlet, at cannabis retail outlet stores. So I think at this point we would ask Kathy Sweeney to provide her PowerPoint presentation for members of council and the audience, and then we will have public input from our citizens and questions from council. Okay?
Good morning, everyone. From the December 17th meeting, council meeting, sorry, I was directed to reach out and create a community engagement survey for the cannabis retail sales in West Grey. From this, I created a SurveyMonkey survey and pushed it out within a day, and we've had some very, very good results, and I'd like to share those results with you. So just to give you an idea of the avenues that I did use, we did a media release, and that was pushed out through our website, and that was also sent out through our news and notices. So if any person is listed in our news and notices or opts to receive news and notices from us, they would have received this email. It was also posted on our website. And we also reached out to our libraries. They were available at our libraries in a paper copy, as well as here at the front of our municipal office. And let's see, how else did we do it? There was an information sheet that I provided. There was a lot of information regarding this particular cannabis. Sorry, I'm at a loss of words, regarding the cannabis situation. So we opted to provide a sheet that gave very clear instructions because there's 30 pages of documents to go through. So the survey was very simple. It was 2 questions with an opportunity to allow you to comment on it. And of the comments, it was really nice to see that there were 364 West Grey residents that participated in this survey. And of that, 84% provided comments, which is huge. So people really took the time to look at the survey and provide their comments. So you can see here, this slide shows the first question, are you a resident of West Grey? I just wanted to get a baseline to know that people were actually from West Grey. And nobody skipped the answer. There were 12 people who were not from West Grey, so I took those out of the survey results. The next question was, should cannabis retail stores be allowed in the municipality? 364 people answered, nobody skipped it, and you can see the yes and no responses to that. 71%, 71.43% said yes, and 28%, almost 29% said no. And then the question 3, which was the option to allow feedback and put in any comments that you wanted, 305 people provided comments and 59 people did not. So I did include in this report all of the comments verbatim that people left for us to divulge in. And that is the end of the survey. So we would like to leave it to Mayor Robinson to direct the next step.
Thank you, Kathy Sweeney, who is our coordinator of economic development. I do appreciate the time and the effort that you've taken on this item. What I'd like to do now is outreach to the audience and ask if there's any comments, questions, opinions that you'd like to make to council. I would ask that you attend at the podium, and if you could please just let us know who you are for the record and state your comment. So is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak to this public meeting item, which is cannabis retail outlet stores and the consideration of whether we should opt in or opt out for West Grey? So is there anybody that would like to speak? Yes, please attend at the podium. Excuse me, I was wondering if you could just press the gray button. It's over on the right-hand side. Could I have your name, please?
Lisa Salmon. I did fill out the questionnaire, the survey, and I wish I had what I'd written now to read to you because I spent a lot of time on it. I am in favor of cannabis retail stores here in West Grey. I will try and remember what I said. First of all, I think it's a good financial statement and overall a good community statement for West Grey to show the rest of Ontario that we are in favor of supplying cannabis to the area. I see no ill will in having cannabis available. In fact, I find alcohol and tobacco to be more of an issue. I'm hoping that maybe people in the area would see that cannabis is not a drug that leads to more, if you know what I'm saying, more addictive drugs and problems. I think at this point, that's all I really want to say. I wish, again, I had my comments, but I think you get the drift of what I'm saying, I hope. Does anyone have any questions?
Members of council, any questions of the delegation? Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the audience, would anybody like to make a comment with regard to this public meeting? Miriam? Thank you. And just for the record, would you please provide your name?
Marion Ratcliffe. I'm in favor of it simply because we have been in the process of trying to get a cannabis manufacturing here, getting the greenhouse operation, which is jobs. And if you're going to, try and get someone to come in here and build the greenhouses, then to sit there and say, oh, but you can't buy it here, doesn't make any sense. So that's simply where I feel on it.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much for your time. Other members of the public? Yes, please. No.
There we go.
Thank you.
Here's the red light. My name's Mike Thorpe. Okay. And actually, I don't disagree with the economic value, but just an interesting point where it's more to the recreational side of cannabis, where I don't disagree at all with the medical part of it. When I did some research, there's very little documented medical research to cannabis in general. I think there's a benefit to it medically. I don't think that's a part that we can argue. It's just interesting that before the government got involved to want to legalize, recreational cannabis was not, say, good for the public. And now that the government's involved, it's now okay. So it's just kind of it's more of a mind question where, again, the benefit of that particular drug for medical reasons, no question whatsoever. I've read numerous articles of personal recommendations or people that have used it for 20 years or whatever for medical reasons. My concern is the recreational. We seem to have enough problems with alcohol and prescription drugs, mental concerns, illness with teenagers, suicides and stuff like that. And it's just one more thing that we have to look at. And that's really what it comes down to. From what I've known personally with people dealing with pharmaceutical drugs, with medication, trying to keep their health or improve their health, is a struggle sometimes with the addictive factor there. The cannabis, again, for medical, appears to be a better choice. So that's what I wanted to make clear to anybody that is here, that, again, the medical side of it, I don't think there's a question. I think we need a lot more research there, too. So for the retail, getting back to the actual retail part of it, the retail seems more for the recreational side, and that's what I don't agree with. Because if the medical side hasn't done the research and there isn't I don't remember ever reading a large bit of information where the federal government or provincial government can say, hey, here's 20 years of study for medical reasons, and that's why we want to legalize it. I've not been able to find anything like that. So if any members of the council do have that information, please let me know, because that's what I'm lacking. Again, the retail side of it, to me, appears for the recreational part, and that's where my concern is. Okay?
Thank you very much. I didn't see any questions from members of council from that delegation, so we'll just move on. Inviting members of the public, are there any further comments? Thank you.
I wasn't going to do this, but for those of you who don't know, I'm Callie Greenshields. From a personal perspective, I have respiratory problems. Perfumes, colognes, cigarette smoke will trigger asthma attacks. So, and I know I'm not the only one, so what is going to be done to protect others that suffer from respiratory illnesses that cannabis smoke can trigger? And I do know that it does trigger because we used to live in Guelph in an apartment building, and you could smell it in the apartment building. So that's just my only question, that's my only concern, and something to think about.
Thank you for your delegation. Questions? Okay. Members of the audience? Is there anyone from the audience that would wish to speak on this item? Oh, Councillor Hutchinson, thank you.
I think it's worthwhile making a comment to Callie regarding her question. Our Public Health Board is looking at, regulations in terms of where people can use smoke cannabis. As with cigarettes, they're putting it under the same umbrella. So they are looking at that. It is a concern with where people are allowed to use cannabis. So there'll be lots of discussion on that, and there'll be some regulations and policies coming forward. And some apartment buildings are outlawing whether they allow you to use in the apartment buildings. So that's another issue that's out there. That's so yeah. It's there's going to be some discussion, and there's going to have to be some policies and direction in that.
Callie Greenshield.
Not to argue or disagree or anything, there are regulations when it comes to smoking, but people still smoke within 25 feet of business doors. You still have to walk through that cigarette smoke to get into the store or get out of the store. How that's not being enforced. So how then are you going to enforce the same thing with cannabis?
So at this point, and thank you for your question, there are a lot of decisions that have to be made with respect to this issue, and new information is coming forward all the time. Definitely, it's important that members of the public articulate their concerns and issues. They are being recorded through the minutes of this public meeting. And as we learn more about this whole issue, that will be brought forward, whether it comes from the federal government, the provincial government, or here locally through our West Grey government. So that's what I could say right now, but we appreciate all of the comments at this point. Yes, please.
And just for the record, I'm not opposed to the medicinal side of it. I'm not opposed to the creams. What I'm opposed to is, I guess, is the addictive side to it and the smoke when you smoke it and the causes that it creates. So that's just wanted to make that clear.
Yes, and thank you for that further clarification. Members of the public, anyone further that would is considering speaking and would like to attend at the podium? All right. Well, we are at 10:27. Our public meeting is held until 10:45, but if there are no further speakers, and I will just make the announcement one more time as members of the audience are coming in, but Council, we should consider that if throughout the meeting, if there are people, we can entertain comments. We do have a full council meeting, so I think that would be appropriate. Okay, thank you. So, hello, members of the public that have attended. Oh, please feel welcome. We are on item 7, which is the public meeting regarding cannabis retail outlet stores. Are you here to speak to the item? Oh, you're okay. So other than having a delegation, is there a comment that you wish to make with the public meeting regarding cannabis retail outlet stores? So we're just, thank you very much. We wanted to make sure that as a member of the public does come into our chamber, that they're up to date on what we are discussing. So thank you very much. So at this point, what I'd like to do is just ask if there are any members of council that have questions with respect to the presentation that our Coordinator of Economic Development made regarding the data collection through the survey, any additional information that has come forward through the government, our 2 other levels of government, or just an overall question. Okay, yes, I will get to you in one moment. Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Yes, I'd just like to thank you for doing such a quick and complete job. I'm impressed by the number of people that you reached and the thoroughness of the data that you were able to gather. I did think it was great to have all of the comments as well. It did intrigue me as I was reading through the comments to find that a lot of the people who seem to be against the establishment of retail outlets actually seemed to be against the legalization of marijuana generally, which was not really the discussion that we were asking them to address. But good work, I would just like to say.
Thank you for that. Any other member of council? Councillor Hergert.
To the process, how many paper copies did we have used?
I can tell you exactly. I did supply probably at least 50 for each location. Now, the Elmwood Library did not get the survey because the timing, they weren't open during the process of the timing that the survey was open. I did get, I can tell you exactly. From the office, I received 10 paper copy responses. From the library, Durham branch, I received 10, and 1 from the Ayton.
Okay, very good.
And I manually inputted those into the survey amount.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'd like to compliment Kathy also for the job she did on the survey. congratulate the people that took the time to take part in the survey, because obviously we want your input, and I think that's important. Thought it was sort of interesting that we talk about, soon we have to make a decision. The 22nd we have to decide, but our government has announced that they're doing a lottery for the 25 stores that they're going to start up by April 1st, and that lottery is going to take place this week, and they're going to announce it sometime after Friday, within 24 hours of Friday. So I think, given that we even haven't made a decision on what we're doing, and the other thing that has to take place is they have to put up $50,000 to open a store, which is a big financial commitment. So I don't see cannabis coming to our area, if we vote in favor of it, for quite some time, given that I think there's 7 stores that would be allowed in our region from Hamilton to Wyerton or something along that line. So it's the government has gone ahead and start the ball rolling, and sometimes some municipalities like ourselves get left behind for a later time. But anyways, it's coming, and we'll have to make a decision, but the ball is rolling, and we'll have to catch up.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
And I'll just point out that that lottery is only open to communities with a population over 50,000.
Thank you for that clarity. I appreciate that. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks again for providing the community engagement. I know that's really important to everyone here on council, and I appreciate the tight timeline between new council coming in and this deadline. So good work. One question and a concern that came from the community is there a way to prevent people from responding to the survey more than once? Is there a mechanism in the future that we could look into?
Actually, Councillor Hamilton, there is a way. When the survey is completed, I do receive their ULR address. So as I went through the surveys, I sorted by the URL, and if I found any surveys that were exactly the same address with exactly the same comments, it was obviously a duplication, and that was removed out of the survey. So yes, I can tell if a husband and wife use the same computer and give 2 different answers, but I would definitely be aware if 50 people use the exact same URL address. Okay? Does that answer your question?
That's fine. Thank you for that clarification. Yes, please proceed. I believe you have more information that you could provide the audience and the members of council. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to further the presentation. I just wanted to remind council that we do have an obligation to advise them if we are not opting in by the January 22nd deadline. So I just wanted to remind council that we will need direction on your decision for this. Thank you.
CAO Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And in addition, I've asked our treasurer to join the conversation to give us a reminder on the financial implications, because this is, as council has already mentioned, it's a bit of a moving target, but we do know the financial commitment. So Carrie, do you mind sharing that with us?
Yeah, I was just trying to pull it up, but it's just over $7,000 is what our first allotment would be. The second round will be announced later, but if we opt out, we won't be eligible for any further rounds of funding, the way it stands at this point. They have noted that they may share in the future if the funds get over a certain dollar amount that they've raised, then they will share that with municipalities. But again, it does look like the way it stands today is that if we opt out now and opt in later, you wouldn't be eligible for any of that funding.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
One point of clarification also, some of the responses actually reversed the result if we opted in or opted out. If we opt in, it's not reversible. You're in for life kind of thing. If you say no, that you want to opt out, you can come back. I think you have to wait a year, and then you can come back and resubmit to say that you're going to opt in. And like I say, if you're in for forever. You can't opt out. So.
That's great clarification. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
I agree with what you said there, Councillor Townsend, but I believe if you opt out, we will never get a piece of the pie moving forward. So it's a one-time in to get your benefit of it. If you opt out, it's over. So we got to take that into consideration as well.
Councillor Hutchinson, did I see your hand up? No? Okay. Other members of council? Okay. Members of the audience, do you have anything further in light of the presentation from our Economic Development Coordinator? Yes, Tom. Mike, rather, please. You could go. I would prefer if you go to the podium because we are being recorded, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear. The $7,000 is put towards a retail outlet. Is that what that funding is for? I'm not sure what that meant. If you opt out, we don't.
No, it would be for implementation, enforcement issues, so that type of thing. It wouldn't be for the retail individual or the retail. It's for our implementation of.
For the community itself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My comment is I don't like the way that's done for the fact that it's always about money. And I understand that economics are economics, but the idea that if we don't opt in, we lose out on that, it's kind of like a bait and switch. So I just wanted to clarify that I'm a small business person myself, self-employed for almost 40 years, and I understand economics and such, but sometimes something like that, the way it's structured is what I don't like. That kind of funding should be there at any time. If they're going to offer the funding, it shouldn't be okay. If you opt out, sorry, you're done, and you have to wait a year or 2 years or 6 months. Again, it's just that idea that I don't like the way that they have structured it. Okay.
Appreciate your comments. Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, so I just found it's the eligible use of funds, increased enforcement for police, public health, bylaw enforcement, court administration or litigation, increased response to public inquiries, increased paramedic services, increased fire services, or bylaw and policy development for police, public health, or workplace safety policies. Those are the types of fields that the funds could be used for under the eligible use.
Thank you. Marion, if you'd like to go back to the podium.
Whether we opt in or opt out, it's legal, and people are going to be using it, and all those services are going to be needed. And if they're offering us the money, if we opt in, to help us pay for these services that we are going to need because it is legal and they are going to be using it, then I don't see the point of opting out, because it's not going to change the fact that they're still going to be.
Thank you for that. Coordinator Sweeney, a question for you. Certainly we've had the 15-day survey, and we're holding this public meeting, and it's the public's opportunity to articulate their position or their comments and concerns. Were there any emails or people that have come to the office that have articulated a position one way or another with respect to the opt-in, opt-out portion?
There has not been anyone come to the office, nor have I received any phone calls. I did receive one email with a concern.
Okay, thank you. All right, further questions? Well, we are just 1 minute away with respect to the public portion of the meeting. I want to thank all the members of the audience that have attended here to articulate their position. Certainly this council is very much involved with the community and appreciates comments and concerns, because after all, this is your municipality and we are here to represent you. So thank you for your time. And I notice Callie Greenshield is at the podium. Please go ahead.
Just a quick question. I happen to agree with what, sorry, I can't remember your name, but what you said. by the list of everything that money's for, it's for preventing or dealing with the fallout of what cannabis brings. So she's right, it is legal, it is here. I don't necessarily agree with the use of it, but that funding to deal with those issues is a good, valid reason, although, again, I don't agree with, like the other gentleman said, it's being forced upon us. But one thing I wanted to ask is, if we do opt in, does that necessarily mean we get a store? And is that done by members of like a private business that sets up a store here in West Grey? Is council responsible for funding it or helping to fund it?
Interesting questions. For the first part, by opting in, it's not an automatic that we will have a retail outlet here. In terms of council's responsibility, it would fall, a retail outlet of that nature would fall under every other rule and regulation that our municipality has in terms of building code, property standards, you know, any piece of legislation that, legislation or bylaw that would fall for retail purposes. Councillor Hamilton, please.
It's a great question, Callie. Thanks for asking. And it really brought to light in reading the survey how much misinformation is out in the community. And I can't blame the community because the information and the rules keep changing. So one thing that stands out for me is one of my questions earlier was, would any store be able to apply for a license? And the answer is no. It needs to be a freestanding, standalone store. And you have to be 19 to be able to enter the store. And it costs a lot of money. You have to have $50,000 upfront cash, and you have to have $10,000 to have a license. And it goes through an approval process with the, Ontario Gaming and Lottery is the body that's responsible for regulating. And the municipality will get a 15-day window to respond to someone who's applying to be in our community. And then, of course, there's setbacks from schools, too. So there's quite a few provisions in there which tell me that we're not going to have cannabis retail in every corner in West Grey. Yeah, if that's helpful.
Councillor Shea.
Just for the people who are attending's benefit, Madam Mayor, when do you think we will be voting on this issue?
It is possible that at the conclusion of the public portion, that is, that if all members of the audience have provided all of their comments, which I will ask for the final time in a few moments, I will ask members of council if they do have a motion at this point today. And if there is a motion, duly moved and seconded, council will have the opportunity to vote on that. So that would be the next step after the conclusion of the comments from the audience. In addition to that, I would also ask that council consider asking staff to provide a further report on a timely basis that provides ongoing updates with respect to this matter. So that will just be a living document, if you will, at this point, but the council and staff will be kept up to date on the ever-changing rules with respect to this type of retail outlet. Okay. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Just a couple of things that I've read about this. First off, our upper government has told us that this is morally acceptable. So we need to, unfortunately, join that parade, and it is morally accepted by them, and that's why it's legal. The other thing that I've got here is we're not worried about a store immediately because on the lottery, because we don't qualify for the 50,000, so we're a ways away from that. Thirdly, I think looking at the survey that Kathy Sweeney completed, 72% are in favor, and I think we need to support in a democratic process the people that are in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further questions here? All right. For the final time, I will ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak to the public meeting item, cannabis retail outlet stores. So I am canvassing the audience, looking at both sides. Seeing none, thank you very much for being here and providing your comments. Back to the council table. Is there a motion that council will consider at this point? Councillor Hergert.
So I would move that West Grey opt in at this point to have a private retail location whenever that may come about. And as was already previously discussed, that we have a update as frequently as we get updates from the province on this.
Thank you. The item is just gone down for Councillor Hergert to move, and I have an indication from Deputy Mayor Hutchinson that he will second that. Is that confirmed? Okay. Once this motion is signed, I will read it, and then we will have the vote. Thank you. I do have a motion before me, moved by Councillor Hergert, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby advises the Province of Ontario that the Municipality of West Grey chooses to opt in to permit cannabis retail stores in the Municipality of West Grey. Questions? Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor Hamilton.
I think this is one decision that it's warranted that we have a recorded vote.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hamilton.
Excuse me, just I will be supporting this vote. I just wanted to mention that we provided opportunity for community feedback and engagement, and I didn't receive many phone calls or emails. In fact, I only received one phone call. So it's not, and we don't have a lot of people here at the public meeting today. So I found that interesting. I know it's a very contentious issue. I know not everyone in the community will agree on the decision that we arrive at today. But I do appreciate the feedback from the community, and please call or email anytime. And just to mention a few points that didn't come up, we did receive a report from our Chief of Police and from the local public health unit. So licensed retailers will only be selling approved products, and they will be trained, and they're there to inform customers. And in the opinion of the Chief of Police, opting out would encourage illegal sales. The illicit market would thrive. So it is legal. People are using. Let's provide a safe space with Health Canada approved product that's not bulked up or laced with other compounds. And if a store were to break the rules, they would lose their license. And no one under the age of 19 can enter the store right at the door. And also to note, West Grey Police, that there's been no major reported incidents related to the new cannabis legalization since it became legalized in October. So in taking in all the survey comments and really putting it out there for the community to engage, and in taking in what public health has to say and our Chief of Police have to say, I think, and just in securing funding and providing local access for our consumers that's safe and clean, I think this is the right decision for West Grey, and I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Further questions? All right. I am going to defer to our clerk, who will administer the recorded vote.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Yes.
Councillor Hutchison.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchison.
Yes.
Mayor Robinson.
Yes.
Councillor Shea.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
So the resolution is carried 7-0.
Thank you, members of council. That is a unanimous vote from this member, from this political body, and thank you all for attending at this public meeting. I now declare that the public meeting has been concluded. Thank you very much, and you're certainly welcome to stay for the balance of the council agenda meeting. Thank you. Okay, members of council, we are now dealing with the item 10, which is the delegation. We are just a couple minutes early, but the delegation is here. And then following the delegation, then we will go on to the staff reports. There is an item 11, but we will just to get ready for the staff reports, and we'll start with the Director of Finance and Treasurer. So with that, item 10, the delegation, Doris and Eric Kern, regarding concerns with the lack of high-speed internet and condition of roads. So certainly, if you wish, please attend at the podium. Yes, please. If you could just turn on the microphone on the right. It's the gray button. Thank you very much.
Ready for me? For us? Okay. I'm Doris, and this is my husband, Eric. We live on the 18th of Normanby. I assume everybody knows where the 18th is. You realize that there's no signage at Highway 6 or Grey County Road 3 to indicate, no, pardon me, Grey County Road 10, that Normanby, 18th of Normanby exists. You go to the Barney Road, you're sent to the Barney Road, but you're not sent to the 18th. But that's all right. I'm assuming that everybody knows where the 18th is. Okay, now, our concern here is that, oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, I want to welcome the new councillors to our council. Looking forward to working with you, and Eric and I regret that we are bringing this problem to you because it was a problem that we addressed the old council, and nothing really was done about it, okay? This is about 2 years ago, I think. Anyway, our concern is the amount of high-speed internet and Wi-Fi access that we have, okay? And maybe it just applies to 18th of Normanby. Maybe we're in a special spot. Anyway, as I said, Eric and I spoke about this a couple of years ago. Our situation right now is such. We do have ExploreNet, and we do pay $100 plus in taxes for this service. And I must say, they are generous in the fact that if we do go over what our allotment is, they don't cut us off. They just slow us down a little bit. At least we do have access, okay? But you go to the 16th, 2 roads back from us, I don't know, they're talking about Wightman. They have Wightman access. That's interesting, eh? Highway 4, they have Wightman access. What's in between? Well, there are a few of the neighbors who say they have towers that they put up themselves, ExploreNet towers, okay? Now, that's a personal cost that they assumed. They say they do share the cost somehow, which is fine. I don't think we're prepared to undertake such a venture. Others, one person told me that they have Eastlink. Now, all right, when I asked about Eastlink, or when I contacted Eastlink, they sort of laughed in my face. Said, there's no way we can service you out there. I don't know. But anyway, and then of course there's Bell, our great Bell, which we used to have before, and the costs were astronomical. Okay? Now, our landline is still Bell, even though we do have a cell phone. However, that landline, as we were told by Representative Bell, when we asked with some of the problems we have with it, take a look up and down your road. Do you think there's enough there are enough of you there to have Bell improve your line? Well, that told us what Bell's opinion of us was. I hope your opinion is different, because I do assume that we live in a democracy where everyone does count. Okay, now our request then is primarily what is actually going on in our area in terms of communication. Okay, the CRT has mandated that all rural residents should have access to high-speed internet, and which also would include Wi-Fi. Okay, so how do we find out? I mean, it's not my responsibility to find out what my neighbors are doing. I'm not going to ask them. I'm not going to be, I'm not that type of individual. So one way, you were talking about a survey. Maybe if you thought the situation was serious enough, that maybe you would try to conduct a survey to find out actually what is going on. There is a tower in Holstein. Okay, we contacted them a couple of years ago too, and they came out, they measured us and everything, and they told us, oh, you have too many trees around too, okay? Well, too bad, my trees aren't moving. But we have space which could be utilized too, okay? But we are out of their reach. They were just at the ridge, at the edge of their, okay? But they were considering building a tower at Hampton. I don't know. I haven't heard or seen any such tower going up yet, okay? But anyway, so this is what we're asking you. So see what is available and see that everyone is going to be serviced equally. And if you can't do that, then reduce our taxes. That reflects on the property. If I want to sell my place, they say, well, do you have high-speed, how much high-speed internet do you have? Now, I know that some people who are, also who have their own, own employment and so on, they have other access, but that's their business, not mine. So I say, please, would you be interested enough to find out what is going on in our municipality? And I grant you, you have a diverse municipality. I can't understand how that ever occurred, but anyway, it happened. All right, so it's a big problem. There is no question about that, but I think it's something that has to be addressed. So that's that. Now back to concession 18 of Normanby, the roads. As I said, there's a lack of signage to identify just exactly where concession 18 is between Highway 6 and Grey County 3, because you go from Grey County 10, you go onto Grey County to Grey Road 25, and from Highway 6 you go to Barney Road. What's in between doesn't matter, but. The thing is that, and some of our on some of the roads and some of the areas on the 18th have serious potholes. Now, there was an occasion when there was bad on the baseline as you turned off the Barney Road, and there at this point, I must say, since the holidays, boy, those graders have been doing a great job. Today, when I heard that those school buses weren't running, I went out to pick up my mail because I didn't pick it up yesterday yet. I went out to pick up my mail. My, that road was as clear as could be. Couldn't have asked for a better road. But that's today. But there is a last night when I came back, when we came back along from side road 25 and turned onto the concession 18, that there's a bad pothole in there, right at the edge of that road, and we hit it because you don't see it when there's snow on the road, right? You don't see it. Okay, but not only that, but there are a number of very dangerous situations on our road. One of them is going west towards Hampton, the big curve around the bush there, the permanent curve. Now, just as you exit that curve, your car, if you have to stay close to the edge, and there's loose gravel, your car is pulled into the ditch, and there is no ditch to stop you from going into the swamp. And a lot of times there are bad potholes on that curve, and sometimes you're forced to drive on the wrong side of the road because those potholes will put you into the ditch. I was put into the ditch this he's laughing at me, okay? Earlier this fall, the first snowfall, and there were the potholes before side road 25. Is it 25 or I got the right?
25.
Or the Mulek Road, as we're calling it now. Oh, the potholes prior to that were really bad at that point, and they were covered with snow. And stupid me driving, I just forgot that it was, the potholes were there. I hit one, bad one, and it was icy underneath the snow. I went into a tail, and I went into swerves. Well, I managed to bring it under control until I hit another bad pothole, and I lost it there. I couldn't save it, so I did a U-E and right into the ditch. Okay, now no one was hurt or anything like that, but those potholes, if they are not fixed and done properly, they can be dangerous, such as that potholes that I mentioned around the curve just before the Hampton Church. The other bad situation is going up the Mullock Road, the curve at that well, there was actually a number of curves, but the first curve that you enter, there is no ditch or no side. There's nothing there to prevent you from going right down into the ditch. I met a hopper, a big four-wheel tractor with a hopper behind him. He was on my side. I knew what was there where I was traveling. If I went off of that road, I was gone. And I mean gone, because that is serious there. Okay? And he did not move. I was just trying to watch his tire so that I don't hit his tire and yet stay on the road. Fortunately, I was able to do that. But those are bad curves. There is no sign except to say that curve, but no sign saying dangerous curves. They are dangerous, such as that curve is at Hampton. The other dangerous spot that we have is just west of our place. There is an embankment. They rebuilt the road. The embankment, I don't know, that hasn't happened yet, thank heavens, because if you go down that embankment, then it's goodbye world. That's how steep it is. Now, Eric and I have owned that property for over 50 years. We know the situation with that road, okay, historically, and we know why that embankment was created. But still, there should be guardrails or something there to prevent anybody from going down that steep thing. Okay? So, those are the two main issues. I would like to add just one more thing, and that is that when you receive information from your meetings and so on, and you present it to the public, I don't know how you present it. I never see anything in the Hanover Post. I never see anything in Spotlight. I mean, I read. Do I have to use my data or my internet to find out what's going on in the council? I have to pay for it. Okay, so, all right, so please use the resources you have to keep us informed of what is happening here, such as this very important meeting about the cannabis. Transparency, you came in at. That was your key point when you were elected, was transparency. And I hope we see more of that. I'm going to pick up one point that was mentioned from the cannabis, and that was the police issue with that. And this is why I feel that our own police force, our own West Grey Police, is a very important group to hold on to, especially when these questions are being brought forth about cannabis. They know the area. They get to know the people. They're part of the community. And that's what makes us one.
Thank you.
Eric and I would like to add this to our voice, that we want to see our own police force kept. Because when we go away on a vacation or we to visit our daughters in Australia, we inform them, we tell them that we're going, and we tell them who is going to be on the property. There was one time that one of the people came with another vehicle. Lo and behold, there was a police car right there.
Great.
I mean, that's the type of thing you appreciate. Okay?
Thank you. Yes.
So thank you very much. I hope that you will consider what we have to say, especially about
Absolutely.
the high-speed internet. and
Thank
road
you.
commissioners.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Doris and Eric Kearns, for your delegation. Your time to be a delegation here is incredibly timely because we are entering into budget deliberations, but there's also an opportunity to look at how we are participating for internet. So your points on internet and just infrastructure in general are points that we take very kindly and very serious here at Council. So with respect to high-speed internet, definitely that is a challenge here in our area. There is a collective, if you will, called, the acronym is SWIFT, which is a Southwestern Integrated Fiber Technology Grouping, and it looks at bringing ultra-high speed, if you can imagine, ultra-high speed at a very affordable price to residents of southwestern Ontario, so that's us, Caledon, but also the Niagara region. So there's a grouping that are working on this currently. We have invited representatives of SWIFT to come to our council meeting and provide us with an update in terms of where are we at with fiber optics for West Grey, for our residents, for our service providers, for the business people. And that invitation has been extended. I'm just going to look to our clerk to see if we do have a date at this time.
The Jeff Hogan, the lead for SWIFT, will be attending the March 5th council meeting. That's a day meeting. I believe it's something in the order of 10:30 a.m. So if you look, so if you just check the website, the West Grey website, or if you want to call anytime before March 5th to be advised or just to confirm that, but he is confirmed he will be here March 5th.
So that is a good opportunity if you wish to attend and hear the presentation, and I would absolutely extend that to all members of our public to either attend here in person or you're able to watch it on YouTube, if you will. It's a good time to provide comments, just get updated on where we're at. It's a challenge in our geographical area because what I've noticed in talking with residents is exactly what you're experiencing now, and that is where a neighbor could have very dedicated high-speed internet and receive all the programs that they wish to. And then around the corner, that opportunity is just not afforded based on the availability of the internet. So we do have challenges. We're in 2019. It almost feels unacceptable to not have internet. So we really have to rise to that challenge and work with SWIFT to our best ability. And certainly as this council is seeing a priority of infrastructure, fiber optics definitely falls into that category. So please come out to the meeting, or if unavailable, phone the office and we could provide you with an update on that. But on a move forward basis, fiber optics is very important to this council. Eric, you had a comment?
Yeah, could I make a couple of comments, please?
Certainly.
In regards to our contour of the property, land here, that is no excuse. I originally come from Austria. You can get cell phone service anywhere in the Alps. Okay, so yeah, exactly. You know, plus the radio, etc., etc. There's no cost is minimal compared to there. In the early 90s, I was in Brazil. All those ranchers over there had cell phone service because they lived in the city. They had to talk to the ranch manager. Okay, so I think we are so far behind, it is unbelievable. I'm still in business, in the purebred business, and it is very important for me to communicate with people out there, you know. And half the time you either cannot or have no video information.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is quite a, in reference to the roads, in the transition from the Varney Road to the 18th of Normanby, which is the baseline, we just came down this way, and they full of potholes again, right in the corner. Something has to be done. It's ridiculous for graders to come from Ayton all the way up to fill the few potholes. I don't know how many kilometers it is. That's the one thing. The other thing is, to be honest with you, through our property, the road going along our property, the big embankment, when they plow with the snow, as example, it destroys all my fences. Every spring it's covered. The fence isn't there. I have to rebuild the whole thing again. Okay? Thank heavens I got quiet cattle.
Good. Well, thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. Certainly, road conditions, maintenance of our roads falls under the need to enhance our infrastructure. That's what this council is about. And certainly, as we enter into budget deliberations, that's going to be very much on our minds in the decision-making process. That's what's coming up. But I would like to just defer over to our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works to provide some comments with respect to potholes, signage, just overall maintenance of that. If you could provide some information for our delegation, and after you speak, and we do appreciate your comments, I'm going to come back to the table for members of council to ask questions of the delegation or staff. Okay?
Thank you, Your Worship. To the Kearns, and I don't deny our roads have been a travesty for the last few months. Weather conditions have played a huge role in our ability to grade. And if I can share with council and with the Kearns, I did a cursory review of the past 3 months. I went online and got the weather statements, the amount of precipitation, and the days that were available to grade. In the month of October, for example, there were 16 days of grading available for our operators. Going back through the timesheets, we were on the roads 18 days in the month of October. In the month of November, as everybody is aware of, winter came fairly soon. And out of the days, and you can't grade a frozen road. You can ice blade it, but you can't cut the potholes. So in the month of November, there's 5 actual days of grading through the month of November. And of those days, there's approximately 5 days that the graders were out. Oddly enough, they weren't out on the days that I suspected, but they were actually out 5 days in the month of November. In the month of December, and I'm not saying they're getting on your road every day. They can't. I mean, each grader approximately covers 65 kilometers of gravel road. We have 7 graders, 65 kilometers. So it's about 450 kilometers of gravel. And I know in our, I've alluded before that we have 470 kilometers, but there's approximately 20 kilometers of non-maintained winter roads that we don't do any maintenance. So there's approximately 450. So 65 kilometers. In order to do a proper grading job, to cut the potholes and to have the right weather to do it, it takes a grader 1 day to do 6 kilometers. So if you do the math, it takes 10 days to do their whole route. They never had 10 straight days in a row to complete their grading. At best, what they were trying to do is to again, we're challenged again by weather. We're not making excuses. But to expedite it, they've been cutting back on what they can cut. So just trying to fill in the holes, basically. That's not the proper way of cutting out potholes. You have to get below the pothole to eliminate it. Otherwise, if you fill it in, it rains the next day, those potholes are back again. But at best, they're trying to do what they can, given the weather conditions and that sort of thing. So I just wanted to share that with the delegation and the council, that our guys are out there when they can grade. We know the roads are bad. We know, we understand that, and we're not the only ones challenged by rough roads. Our adjacent municipalities, we spoke to the staff there. They're having the same challenges we are. So we're not any worse or any better than any of our other adjacent municipalities. So I just wanted to... Could I mention something? The worst area right now this morning is a transition from the pavement or hard surface into the second, in the baseline. And it's 1 day and the potholes are still again there. And I wonder if something could be done just for that area.
It's no more than maybe 100 feet either way.
The staff, in order to get onto some of the worst roads, they've been trying to get over some of the worst areas. So not grading all the roads, they're jumping spots and doing spot grading where they can. And I don't deny there's still some issues out there, but given the weather conditions from yesterday, and as you well know, tomorrow, we're going down to sub-zero temperatures tonight. We're calling for snow squalls. We're
We
challenged.
appreciate what you're saying there, and we understand it fully, okay? But this goes prior to the frozen conditions, okay? Way prior. All summer, all fall, you have some very heavy equipment using those roads, okay? And there is a difference in the gravel deposits. Where I know that you have improved the gravel deposit on the 18th from the baseline to the Hampton Church over the past couple of years, okay? Because what we received before was just pure mud, okay? That's an accepted fact. So what is still below that gravel that you put on? Why was better gravel put on from Hampton to Grey County Road 3 for the past years? Okay, in comparison to what was put on in our place. So this is, I don't question that you're not trying to do the job, but the thing is that there's a problem. You have to go below the surface maybe to find out what is the source of the problem. Historically maybe, okay? As I say, we've lived here for 50 years. We've lived with these problems. And
Well,
endured
thank you.
them.
Thank you very much. It's very important. I understand how important this issue is for you, how important value for your tax dollars is what you're receiving, and balancing out the idea of having roads that are drivable. So I do appreciate, guaranteed, our members of council are hearing you. Our Director of Public Works and Public Works and Infrastructure is listening to your comments. We absolutely are doing the best we can, but we definitely need to hear from the public through delegations, and it'll be absolutely put into a consideration on how we deal with maintenance and the assignment of what we're doing for road conditions through the budget. So I thank you very much. I am going to ask at this point for conclusion of your statements, if you don't mind, but I'm going to, at this point, ask if there are members of council that have questions of you or of our staff. Okay, thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for coming in. I live on the 2nd, just north of Arnie, so I know exactly where your road is, and I agree with you, it's deplorable. I drove it a lot during the election, and I don't know, I was worried about my vehicle getting damaged, et cetera, as a result, so I do appreciate it. And I did encounter a lot of the heavy equipment you're talking about. On the internet issue, I've given Wilf my card. Give me a call tomorrow. We had ExploreNet. We found a way around it. You might find a neighbor already has a tower. We have a tower. 2 neighbors use our tower through this company. It works really well. It is much, much more reliable, much faster than ExploreNet, so maybe they can help you there. But like I said, give me a call tomorrow, and I'll share that information with you.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Councillor Herger.
So yes, the towers that you were speaking about are private infrastructure, right? So that actually has nothing to do with us. But that being said, the FCM is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and this year they have decided that broadband for everyone is a priority. And that being said, there was an issue paper sent out to all of us members of council back in December or so. We are inviting SWIFT to come. I believe after that meeting, we might be looking for a West Grey Way to assist in the federal government's rollout of a high-speed internet. As we know, our landscape is beautiful, but it does come with some challenges. So I think having the federal government take that initiative, that step forward to say it is a priority, it can equalize out a lot of hills and valleys, but when we talk about inequities in where we live or transportation and those items, it really does level the playing field for business especially. One of the things I would ask that you do, SWIFT is on the internet, SWIFT, and they have a speed test there. So if you can get onto your internet and go to Swift, then you can do the internet and check the latency speed. And so they're trying to gauge that all over Ontario. So that's for everybody. Go on to the Swift website and do their latency testing. So that way they have the information to say, you know, throughout Ontario, throughout this patch in Ontario, the latency speed is too much, or they'll be able to gauge that. They're the ones collecting the information on that. So, yes, back to our March 5th SWIFT delegation. We'll all look forward to that, and we'll look forward to a West Grey way to help implement the federal government's initiative for broadband. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Herger. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, and along that, I think it's important for people to know that we don't control the service providers, Internet, Eastlink, some of these other ones. They have a territory. They decide who they're going to serve and how they're going to serve them. We don't have control over that. What this SWIFT will do is bring fiber optics to the area, and hopefully these providers, it will create more competition that they can reach people like yourselves, people in the country that don't have the high-speed internet. So we don't have a lot to say when it comes to how these service providers work out there, but we are trying to encourage and get some competition so that they can provide more people with high-speed internet.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand what you are saying, and it's very significant, but all we're asking of you is to make certain that everybody has this information. Why don't you put it out in the public? I mean, you know, so it's up to us. I realize you cannot control that, but you can help facilitate the fact that everyone has access. Thank you very much for your information.
Well, thank you. And I just want to add, we are working on providing as much information as possible out to our community. And you've really raised some issues in terms of how your tax dollars are connected to either the infrastructure of fiber optics or road conditions. And you're not alone in that. And that's certainly is a challenge that we as a council will be dealing with that. But in terms of the communication component, it's important that decisions of council, the dialogue that we have at this table is public. So we are always undertaking efforts to ensure that citizens are aware of what we're doing, and whether it's just that citizens go about their daily lives, but yet they still know what decisions are being made here at the council table and how it impacts their lives. So we've got a number of vehicles that we've already are doing in terms of communication, but that is not where we end. We continue to provide other vehicles and see if it is worthwhile to get that information out to citizens in a timely way. If one vehicle doesn't work, we're always looking at different things. So luckily we have the media attention, which we very much appreciate, and whether that's print media or audio, visual, television, YouTube, internet attention, so that we can get our message across and what citizens are needing to hear and to communicate. But we've got, Spotlight West Grey, and in addition to that, we're looking at different vehicles. So thank you very much for your time and attention and coming out to this meeting. So I think we have one more comment from Councillor Hergert.
So just to follow up on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, that would be a highlight paper called Reliable Internet for Everyone. And you should also be trying to contact your MP, Larry Miller, who would be our federal representative, to encourage his support of this issue as well.
We're not just asking for our own personal effect, okay?
No,
so I'm
for all of us
for
collectively.
Everybody, collectively.
So to that
Thank you.
end, I would question if this council would be supportive of a resolution that we could send to Larry Miller as well, saying we've taken a delegation, we've talked about it here at this table, we've consulted people throughout our campaign time, and let's be supportive of this. And how can we as West Grey support the federal initiative?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm wondering if that's a consideration that we want to wait until after we have the SWIFT delegation. So to ensure that that resolution and that letter that we bring forward, not only to Larry Miller perhaps, but I think to our local MPP would also be appropriate. So we will keep this in mind. We've got the record through our minutes, and that I think if we wait until that delegation was swift, we may have additional information that we would like to communicate. So how's that for strategy at this point? Okay. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. All right, that was a very, very good discussion. We are on item 11, which is business arising from the previous minutes, from the previous meeting. I don't see anything at this point. Okay, great. Now we are back on to item 12, staff reports. Okay. Now we were dealing with the clerk's report. I'm going to say that we should still keep that in suspension at this time and go over to the Director of Finance and Treasurer for a report so that we're back on cue with the agenda. Director? Oh, so with that, let me just announce that we're dealing with approval of voucher number 23-2018 and voucher number 1-2019. So, Director, do you have any comments before I take questions from the members of council?
No, I do not.
All right, members of council, any questions? Okay, start with Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Hi, Kerry, from your report on, where are we here? It's on page 12, we talk about Department 9550. We talk about Owen King, and we spent $139,473. Can you explain where the work was done? Or is that
Defer to Brent on the structures, but they were all 2018 structures that we were in the 2018 budget.
Yeah, without the benefit of a map, Councillor Townsend, so structure number 50, which is the 18th extension of Normanby, which is the Carlsruhe Road. We did a major rehab to that bridge there. And by the way, this was all tendered.
Yep.
Okay. And we did repair to bridge number 2, 4, and 5. So 2 on the 4th concession, bridge number 5 on the 8th, and I'm sorry, I'm talking Bennick here now. I'm sorry, I'm switching gears. And number 5 up at Crawford. We did railing and guardrail improvements to those structures. And the money that you see before me is budgeted out of my bridge capital budget in 2018.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Good, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, on page 1, Kerry, there was a charge for the Blue Water District School Board cost of $11,000 for the election, and I'm just curious, I believe that would be charged back to them. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, there's also some bit of staff time and advertising as well.
Okay, right. Just wanted to make sure that people understood that. And on page 58, there was just page 11 on yours, I guess. There was a question about, I wasn't sure, there's a paramedical reimbursement of $300, $400 under Recreation West Gray. What is that for, paramedical?
We have an in-house healthcare spending account, so it is for a service that's not covered under our group benefits, and an employee is claimed against our internal healthcare spending account.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Shea.
I noticed council mileage is included in here. I just wanted to refresh my memory on the policy on council mileage. Is that to meetings or all council-related business?
I'm trying to think how it's worded in the bylaw, but generally it's meetings that you come to. If there was, you were attending to bring greetings on behalf of the mayor because she couldn't attend to an anniversary, the mileage would be for attending that to bring those greetings or congratulatory efforts on behalf. But if it's, that type of thing.
And in addition, if there is conference mileage, that would be the only other one. Okay, further questions of council on this item? All right, well, seeing none, I do have a motion before me. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Be it resolved that the Director of Finance Treasurer be authorized to pay the accounts presented as voucher number 23-2018 and voucher 1-2019 in the amount of $881,311.48 and $52,862.89, respectively, of the Municipality of West Grey. Questions? All right, seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? It carries. Thank you very much. All right, thank you for that. All right, now we are moving along quite nicely. The second item on the Director of Finance and Treasurer's report is municipal insurance renewal, and I expect you do have an update for us. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so this is just the renewal, very respectable increase. It just changes based on our claims experience and our updating of our replacement value of all of our properties and equipment as well.
First off, Director, I was just wondering, with respect to the renewal duration, is there a possibility that at some point that we could consider a policy that extends beyond the year? Perhaps a 5-year term, 4-year term?
To date, they haven't entertained that type of an option, but it's something we can ask again, but they haven't agreed to that type of.
Enough, thank you. Members of Council, questions on this item? All right. Well, see no questions and no further comments from staff. I do have a motion before me. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Shea. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby approves the renewal of the municipal insurance for the period of January 1, 2019 to January 1, 2020 with Frank Cowan Company for a total annual premium of $271,556, excluding applicable taxes. Question. Councillor Hergert.
Do we ever tender this out?
2016 was the last time we tendered.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, good. All right, further questions? I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion does carry. Thank you. Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Director Mighton, you do have some proposed bylaws that are before us. I wonder if you could just provide any insight or additional comments at this time so that that when they are before us for second and third reading, that we have that information already in hand.
The first would be the borrowing bylaw. It's our standard line of credit. We have been fortunate enough not to have to dip into it since 2006, but it is an annual, just so that we have that coverage, should we require it based on cash flows. The building bylaw, it is, the only rate change there is we're eliminating the initial application deposit fee. We're retaining the final inspection deposit. That's a refundable one, but the initial application deposit we're eliminating on the, but otherwise the fees are the same. I think that was the only two. The tax rate bylaw, yeah. So that's just for the interim taxes. Standard bylaw, just to authorize us to bill out 50% of the prior year's annualized taxes.
Thank you. Questions on the proposed bylaw at this point? Councillor Hergert.
The fee that changed, so this would be bylaw number 4, the building department fees, getting rid of the initial application fee, does that save us a lot of time? Or I think some people might find a lot of value in having that initial discussion with our building department to get their plan approved, know what's coming next. I think it might cost a little bit, but there could be a lot of value that the permit holder would actually receive. So what was the reasoning to get rid of the initial application?
And it's just a deposit on the fee. They can still come and speak to the building department and go through the application. Nothing changes that way. They're just not prepaying for a portion of the final building permit fee.
So in essence, they're actually getting something free then too, right?
Yeah, there's
charged for before, it's now a free service.
They would have got that service anyways.
But it would have cost them before, and now we're not going to.
No, if they're just coming in to discuss a permit, if you're submitting an application, then you pay, at this point, it was a $250 deposit. Again, and that would offset against your final building permit fee. So if your building permit, once it was issued, was $500, you'd have to pay us another $250. So you still pay $500. We're just going to only collect it when your building permit is issued instead of making you pay the $250 up front.
Okay.
Nothing changes on service level.
Councillor Herger, could I just ask you to move your microphone forward? When the red light tends to blink, that means the mic isn't really catching your voice. So thank you for that. All right, so that does conclude the Director of Finance and Treasurer's report. Thank you very much for a thorough report once again. Members of Council, I would just say that we'll take a very brief recess at this point, and then we will come back to the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works report. Okay, thank you. Okay. Here we are, back for the meeting. We do have all members of council present, so that does mean we have a quorum, and we're ready to roll again. We've got a lot of decisions to make, and then we've got to start the action on them. So with that, we are on the continuing on item 12, which is staff reports. Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. Director Glazier, you do have one report, and it's dealing with Forest Creek Estates, Old Lemco Development, amendment to subdivision agreement. Would you like to provide a presentation for us?
Thank you, Worship. I'll give Council a brief understanding of what has transpired since '93. Jayco Developments recently purchased the property back in 2018, I believe. Anyways, 2018, and the development has sat vacant or dormant for 28 years, 25 years-ish. Regardless, never been completed. The roads were never finished. And the opportunity came that a developer approached the previous owners, purchased the property, and they are in the process of completing or wanting to complete the development and the sale of the lots that were identified on the original plan, 1097. And with that, because the old subdivision agreement was dated back in 1993, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, somewhere in there, there had to be an amended agreement to facilitate today's current standards and things like that. We did have our legal counsel review the document and provided their input, and before you is in the report, I believe it was previously circulated by the clerk, if I'm mistaken, for council's review. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions. Otherwise, I'm looking forward to seeing that the bylaw be approved.
Thank you, Director. I'll start questions, and then I'll look to my left and my right for additional questions from the council. I didn't see anything in the draft proposed agreement that spoke to development charges. And certainly back in the day, 25 years ago, I don't believe that development charges were part of a council's consideration. Need I say also a developer's consideration. So I'm wondering, a comment back with respect to the inclusion of development, the consideration of the inclusion of development charges, or what the proposed dollar figure would be with that? Has there been anything within the agreement that would offset that? Please go ahead.
So if I could comment, Your Worship, good point. And I think Clerk Turner, since I had this document completed, things have come to light, and I would allow Clerk Turner to provide insight into that very question.
So yes, the amended subdivision agreement was approved in 1993. During that time, it was actually approved in July of 93. During that time, there was a development charges study being worked on by the former township of Bentic, which was ultimately approved in September of 93. Our recollection, being my recollection as the clerk of Bentic Township at that time, and as well as Sharon Hines, the former Director of Finance with West Gray, and then as well the Treasurer of the Township of Bentic. Both of us do recall that there was a $450 lot levy negotiated by the developer and the township in lieu of any potential development charge. And that was confirmed by myself. I did call Sharon. She was gracious enough to discuss that now that she's retired, but she did confirm again that that was certainly the understanding at the time. So that was communicated to the now property owners when they were looking to purchase that. In our opinion, that the development charge would not be applicable to any new dwellings. As part of my discussion with the former treasurer, she did though indicate that not all lots had actually paid a lot levy, and she did refer to a list that was now with the current Director of Finance. So I did look at that list, and there is a detail of each of the lots that did in fact pay the lot levy, and there's 29 or 30 out of the 58 that have paid a lot levy. I understand, I believe the lots that weren't paid, or the lot levies that weren't paid, those lots were retained by the principal of the former Lemco subdivision, being Walter Iwan Olenich. So, because there wasn't a title transfer, that's my understanding why the $450 lot levy wasn't paid. So there's two issues that council would want to address. First of all, again, from a staff perspective, it was felt that when the lot levy was paid, that was in lieu of the development charge. That was the intent at the time. So council will have to determine if in fact they want that reviewed or reconsidered. Secondly, the fact that all lots, residential lots, the lot levy hasn't been paid for all residential lots. And does council want to perhaps even seek some legal opinion on as to whether or not the $450 lot levy would be applicable, or the now development charge would be appropriate? And obviously we do have a owner of the subdivision in the audience, and there may be some further discussion depending on what any decision of council is made. So that is the background that I know of. It's an exciting, though, just from a staff perspective, and being one of the first things I dealt with as the new clerk for Bentic Township, this Lemco subdivision. It was the first subdivision I dealt with. It's great to see that something is finally happening. It's a beautiful piece of property, as is much of the municipality, and the landowners are doing things first class. You have a pamphlet before you. They put on an awesome, incredible sign recognizing that the Forest Creek Estates. So very excited about what will happen. A little different, they have the initial subdivision there wasn't any phasing. This is proposing 3 different phases. So you'll see in the agreement that it does speak to and does provide estimated costs for each phase. Right now we have $150,000 in irrevocable letter credit, plus some interest that is accumulated since that. It's been in place since Lemco days and now Forest Creek Estates. So that's continued. We do have that in force and effect. So At this time, what the agreement is indicating is that we would retain that initial amount for the first phase. The first phase, if I recall, is $90,900. So if that first phase was completed, there's 2 more phases. Both of those phases individually are about $82,000 each. So that amount would be retained, and so it might be reduced from the 150, although there is an additional amount that we'll be retaining for the final double surface treatment, which is $42,000.
For the first phase.
Right. Yeah, so there would be some additional funds on top of that 90 or 82,000 that would be retained. So even though, so that's another item that council want to consider. We have been deliberating securities. I think we're fairly comfortable, given the fact that if the first phase was done and worst came to worst, that the developer went bankrupt, we would still have pretty well 100% of the securities that would pay for this second and third phases to be completed. So if there's any other questions, we'll try to answer them for you.
Thank you. I'm just noting, Director Glazier, is there anything else you wanted to add with respect to the phasing of the project?
Not at this time, Your Worship. I think it's pretty well straightforward.
It is just absolutely wonderful to see this development starting up again, so I'm very pleased to see it on the agenda for Council's consideration. Councillor Shea.
I did discuss with Brent that there was some sort of a typo or misrepresentation about the securities number, that it's addressed as 75% and 100%.
Yes, that is correct. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. Yes, I did see in Section 8, I believe, they spoke about securities, and it erroneously said in words 75 and then brackets 100%, where it should have said text 100 and then 100%. So it is 100% of the phase that is proposed, and we do have that security now.
Follow up. So that security was actually collected back then? Or
Yes, we did have an irrevocable letter credit for $150,000
Right,
from
so-
Lemco, and then it was Forest Creek then in turn provided the same.
So the
security.
decision to have 100% security was made back then?
Correct.
Okay. Just to make clear that we are not setting a precedent that all securities will have to be 100% going forward.
And again, a little different animal. This is not a new subdivision. It's an amendment to an existing subdivision agreement. So there is something of a difference there, that it's not a brand new subdivision being proposed.
But point taken on the precedent-setting component of it, so I appreciate that. Councillor Townsend.
I also had a concern about development charges and costs and consistency more than anything else within what we're doing now and what we did back then. I appreciate it's an amendment to a previous, but it's a previous one where no work was done. And if a new developer comes in, how are they going to perceive that if it is significantly different? So I don't understand the difference to be able to comment whether this is good, bad, indifferent. And like Mayor Robinson said, I'm thrilled that you've stepped up to actually take on the task and bring it back to life. I think from what I saw from the brochure, it's going to be amazing and a tribute to West Grey. So I think we want to work with you, but by the same token, we still have to watch that responsibility of sending the wrong message for people that are currently applying or will apply in the future. So I'd like that clarification, to be honest, and I don't know how you do that, Mark, because I don't know what the differences are to know what to ask for. So I have to leave that to you or to Brent.
Yeah, again, it is a different animal. It's a 25-year-old subdivision. Any new subdivision, obviously, we have a development charge in place now. Any new residential dwelling unit will be applied the development charge, both West Grey and the county. This development will, at minimum, be paying the Grey County development charge because that wasn't part of that parent agreement with the former township of Bentic. So, but again, if council wishes for the clerk to get some clarification, perhaps even some legal opinions, some direction from our legal resources, that certainly willing to do that.
Okay. Councillor Hergert.
So I have a question on page 139. It talks about not to contravene applicable law. And just below that, so that would be number 1 on our agenda page 139. Then it goes into building and design. And then there's a discussion about an assignment of a promissory note. I think that's just to be excluded. I wouldn't want to see that included as part of this. I think it's just in the wrong spot. Not sure where it came from, to be honest. Anyway, page 139, number 1, and right underneath that, building and design. So I'd like to see that removed. But the other question I had, so this has been through our lawyer or has not yet been through our lawyer?
The amended subdivision agreement, yes, was reviewed by the lawyer. There were some changes made, incorporated, as well as some changes the Director of Infrastructure had suggested as well.
Okay, so do you
through
see
Jennifer Schwass in particular.
Yeah, do you see this part that I'm speaking of, just so we can get that clarified at the same time? I can't find it. So it's page 139, or number 2 in the agreement.
Okay, item 2.
Schedule E, yes.
On 138.
Schedule E, page 2, and then under number 1.
Item number 1, yeah.
You see that, then it would warrant perhaps being deleted. Not sure of the
Just if you're running things past a lawyer, go ahead and get that one as well. So then there was completion of construction, number 8, speaks to the idea that we're not going to let this sit from 1993 continuing. This says that if someone purchases the property, they have 2 years to build on it, or the builder gets to go back and for 85% repurchase that lot. So I do look forward to the construction of this beautiful location in West Grey.
Thank you. Any members? Oh, yes, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I just have a question about, in the agreement, it refers to lots 4 through 16 and 21 through 59, but it doesn't mention about lots 1 to 3 and 17 to 20, and I'm just wondering, do they, like, these other lots fall under this agreement, but I'm just wondering, as 1 to 3 and 17 to 20, do they fall under the same agreement? I'm not sure.
If I can comment on that, Councillor Hutchison, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, I believe 1 to 3 are lots that front onto concession 10 and are not part of this this subdivision agreement. And the other lots that you spoke of are the lots that are remained from Jacob Developments. The original landowners that purchased the property refused to sell. They wanted to keep them. So those lots are abiding by the previous agreement. So the original agreement that was produced in '93, those lots are covenant to that agreement. Since they've taken over, any of the lots that were, they purchased back a bunch of lots. They were able to bring back a bunch of lots back into the original subdivision, and of those ones that are remaining, this new agreement or the amended agreement affects those lots.
Okay,
so I think that's what it was for. Am I right? Yeah, okay.
So my only concern would be that, being that they're not under the same agreement in terms of, like you mentioned in there about not parking trailers on their driveway and keeping it neat and tidy and whatnot. I would hope they'd abide by the same rules and regulations.
So I believe to respond to that, Councillor Hutchison, I believe we currently have bylaws in place that will protect us from those things. I think back in '93, maybe those bylaws didn't exist. I'm not sure, but I can't comment to that. But we have bylaws in place that restrict or have restrictions on those types of things.
Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson? Councillor Herger.
So just to that last dialogue there should have been, or likely were, restrictive covenants registered on title for the 1 to 4 lots that would be, those lots would be subject to. Now, without doing a title search for our benefit, we wouldn't see those 1, 2, 3, and 4 lots and what restrictions, but likely there were restrictive covenants at that time that handled those lots.
Good, point well taken. Further questions? Councillor Hutchinson.
I do have one more. Just on page 125, it talks about the developer has supplied in fee simple to the municipality, lands for municipal purposes other than roads which were mutually agreed upon by the developer and the municipality, or made a cash payment in lieu. I'm just wondering what are the lands that they're talking about for municipal purposes other than roads? Is it parkland? Number 16, yeah. Where do you see parkland? Okay, sorry, Councillor Hamilton has pointed out that it's in lieu of parkland dedication. So it's in place of parks, there's a fee there.
Again, I'm looking towards Clerk Turner to assist me on that. I believe at the time they paid a cash in lieu allowance of instead of park land at the time.
Yeah, the wording may have been perhaps a little misleading. I do believe the 8,000 was for parkland. It may have been better read as cash payment in lieu for parkland dedication. But that was paid for parkland purposes at the time, back in 1993.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay. Council, we do have one of the principals of JECO Developments Incorporated in the audience, and that's Tom Jensen, and welcome. We're very pleased you're here. I wonder if you would just indulge me and ask if Mr. Jensen would like to come to the podium and say anything to Council at this time. Okay? Oh, okay. If you have any comments, sir, would you mind going to the podium? Or if not, that's fine too. Okay, fair enough. Well, thank you for being here. All right, further questions, members of council? All right, Councillor Herker.
I ask permission to ask a question to Mr. Jensen.
Would you be comfortable with that? Certainly, if you go to the podium, absolutely.
Good morning. So as you know, one of our delegations here this morning spoke about high-speed internet. In this agreement from 1993, it talks about telecommunications. I was curious, do you have a plan for internet at this Forest Creek Estates? Sorry, can you push the button there, sir? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So go ahead, ATEL.
ATEL has put up a tower, and there's one. In '93, there was one house built in Forest Creek, and those people, of course, on the internet. And right now they have high-speed internet to the tower. And they've been putting in the infrastructure in for high-speed internet. They're working on that now. But the one house has internet right now, and they're very pleased with it. So.
Just so that you are including internet as the
that's as a must, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Turner. Pardon me, Clerk Turner. I got that, yes.
Something to aspire to.
Fair enough.
Just as a follow-up, we did meet with Dave Rose, who is quite involved with the development. Brent and I, our Director of Infrastructure, and I met yesterday. He did communicate ATEL. As Mr. Jansen has alluded to, there is a wireless tower. It will provide high-speed internet to not only the residents, but according to Mr. Rose, it may even extend possibly as far as Crawford, they're hoping, so that would be certainly beneficial to some other property owners. So Mr. Rose they're in the process of actually applying for a 7th application, which will deed a small portion of lands and will be deeded to ATEL. So that will be forthcoming to a committee of adjustment meeting, probably February or March.
Very, very good. All right, members of council, there was discussion of just bringing this back to our legal team and having them go through it with respect to issues of lot levy versus development charges, other language amendments that need to be taken. That's what I will put as a summary of our discussion so far. If there are no further questions, I'd be looking to you for a motion. So I go to left and then right. And then, Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, happy to make a motion that we defer until we get that report.
Okay, now that would mean that, thank you for that, and you'll note that there's a proposed bylaw, which is proposed bylaw number 08-2019. So at that point, I appreciate getting that motion so that we have it before us and that we will not be putting the bylaw forward. Clerk Turner, do we have any other process we can address the motion at this stage and then thereby not dealing with the bylaw at this particular meeting?
I'm comfortable, if that's the direction of council, to note in the minutes that for me to contact the solicitor about the lot levy versus development charge. And then if council in turn wishes to defer the bylaw, they could do so at that stage, or perhaps even introduce by a first and second reading only, if it might be even another consideration.
Are you satisfied with that wording as the mover then? I'm looking for a seconder on that. Councillor Hergert. All right, now council is clear on the motion before us, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? It does carry, and we will keep our mind and our attention on the bylaw section when that particular bylaw comes forward for entertainment of first and second reading or outright deferral, however council wishes to deal with that. Well, thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Yep.
Really appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Can I have one comment, maybe? See, when we purchased the property, we really took in consideration too that the development fees were paid, you know, in 93 to the former developer. So of course we tried to look at all the costs we got. So we thought it was a bonus for us, right? Because it was paid. So the kind of charges now, they're going to bring us quite a bit back in the budget. And some lots are sold, and they are promised that there is no development fee on West Grey. There is a development fee on Grey County. And in the meantime, you know, it was developed in 93, and taxes, I think, been collected, I assume, from all the properties and the home that was there. And I don't think there was once a grader in the property. There was no cars put out on those roads because it was locked up. So I will see if you guys can consider that too, right? Otherwise there would be snow blowing and would be the road had to be up to snuff. So for 25 years there is actually taxes collected with any output. So long people realize that, and you know.
Thank you for that additional information. And we will be having ongoing dialogue with you.
Okay, thank you.
Really appreciate it. Okay. With that, we have concluded all of the items. There was the one item for the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. We do have some bylaw consideration. So we're now moving back to the clerk's report. I'm just... oh, yes, okay. Do you have that? Oh, just there's one dealing with the wastewater report, if you'd want to continue with that as I just get that handy before me. So please go ahead, Director, with that.
Report here. That's part 3, shoot. Just quickly, part 2 of the report was just for informational purposes only. I'd be happy to answer any questions relating to the report provided by Viola on a quarterly report for the wastewater and water.
Thank you for that, and it also afforded me the time to find my report. So we are dealing, just for the purposes of clarity, it's Viola Quarterly Operations Report for Durham and Newstead Drinking Water and Wastewater Systems. This is part 2 of your report, and then we have one additional Part 3. So as the director had indicated, this information is for council. There's no further action, but are there any questions of council? Councillor Hutchinson.
I don't have a question, but I did have a discussion with the director about one of the issues that we're having in Newstead with the difference between the amount of wastewater that we're seeing and the amount of treated water. So I think it warrants that in the future we look at how come we're getting so much extra water into our wastewater system, and it may be a case of, and we did talk about that in the past, and so that's something we should look at in the future in terms of getting that resolved. And the other thing was the thing that I sort of tweaked something when I read it was the vulnerability of our system when we have loss of power, and that there was some issues with communication, not so much the drinking water itself and the treatment, but just the communication between our systems that we use. So director explained to me about the issue with two different providers of hydro, first of all, between West Ontario and Hydro One, but also the fact that we maybe need to look at some battery backups and just making it a little more secure. So I'm not sure if director wants to talk about that, but I think that's sort of the gist of what we talked about in terms of.
Please proceed.
Actually, what you alluded to, Councillor Hutchison, is part 3 of my report, but anyways.
Very nice
It's okay.
segue. Very nice segue. Additional questions at this point? Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Shea.
I had similar comment, but in summary form, I was going to say, with the incident and the different issues that happened and the resolutions, I know you were looking at a few options that we communicated on. Have you decided which way you want to go? Will there be a report coming forward on that, on the resolutions? Like, I know they're in the report, but from a preference perspective and a timing.
So for clarification, Councillor
I know
Townsend,
that's 3.
Are we talking third part, or are we talking
Third.
Third. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So if I may, sorry,
Hang on,
you were, go
if
ahead.
I could, just for procedural clarity, let's stay with Part 2, and then once we've concluded that, we will eagerly get into your conversation for Part 3. Okay. So anything in addition for members of council that have questions on Part 2? Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Not a question, but I'd really like to take you up on the idea of touring the different facilities and wondered when that would be a good time.
Actually, I've been, Councillor Hamilton, I've been approached by several council members regarding that issue, and I did speak to that during council orientation, that I think it would be prudent for this council, especially the 5 new members, and perhaps maybe 6, or even 7, all these, to tour the infrastructure, especially the water, wastewater facilities, maybe visit a bridge or 2. I think I could keep, there's enough to show you over a day. And I was thinking at the committee of the whole, I would bring that forward at the end of January to invoke some discussion as to when council would like to do it. I think it would be better opportunity to possibly get through the winter before we do something like that. It just makes it easier, a little nicer for touring. So
great.
Just my thoughts on that.
Very good. Proceed with that. Definitely the nicer weather will be much appreciated for our tour, but good news. Anything further on Part 2? All right. It is for just before council to be received for information. I'm not looking at getting a motion from members of council on this. So having said that, we are now swiftly moving on to the third report from our director. This is Newstat Drinking Water Report System Inspection. Director Glazier, would you like to add anything here?
Thank you, Worship. This report is a little more important than the second report because it's the Ministry of Environment and Cultural. Sorry, I messed up on that. They keep changing the name. Sorry, the MCEP or the MECP. I got the planning, but I keep messing up on the one. But anyways, regardless, sorry. little more, not really urgent. And I tried to communicate that to council when I sent this out earlier, that this is not a danger to the public. It's just something that the minister found because we had a power outage. And as it was alluded to earlier, somebody said it, that we have two providers down in the Newstead community. West Aerial serves Newstead, Hydro One serves the outlying community of Normanby. West Aerial, and just if I can elaborate, West Aerial did a upgrade to power system grid in Newstead on some of the streets, and it was part of, if everybody recalls, the Newstead Community Center was going to be upgraded at the same time during that changeover. So what happened was, and unbeknownst to me, I wasn't thinking about it, the power got cut off at the tower. I'm thinking, well, it's no big deal, but we have a chlorine, what happens is there's a chlorine analyzer on the outgoing part of the tower. So there's an analyzer at the pumping station. It's pumped 2.4 kilometers into the tower from our well site. It's tested. We have analyzers at the wells. We also have to have an analyzer at the tower. So what happened was the power shut off. In the regulation, you have to have battery backup or generators that keep that analyzer going because there's still water that's flowing through. So at there's a period of approximately 2 hours that there was no reading of the chlorine content within the water. Again, not a safe thing because the water that's been treated at the well going into the tower should be fine. But because of the distance and things like that in legislation, the ministry this year happened to find out, because we had a pump failure, that initiated them to say, you got a problem. So to getting back to, it was a very simple fix, very cost effective. What we had to do, and I can explain it, is remove the chlorine analyzer from the outfall or the outtake to the town to the inlet side. So the chlorine's being analyzed before it goes into the tank. And with that, we also had to provide a communication through a computer system that would communicate back to our well site. So what happens when the power goes off, the wells go down. So there's no water coming into the tower while that meter's down or that chlorine analyzer's down. Because under the legislation, that chlorine analyzer has to keep providing a reading every 5 minutes as water comes through. So that was the problem, is that there was no information available to ensure that that water met the ministry standard for chlorine content. And that was the whole reason why the problem's been fixed. We've already, at minimal cost, we've already had the system set up so in the event of a power interruption, after a 30-second power outage, it sends an alarm to Viola, our operator, and also shuts the power off at the well site. That trips the alarm for the operator to go in and investigate and do the follow-up and that sort of thing. So now we're meeting the requirements of what this report had suggested that we do. So I'd be happy to, that was a lot of stuff I threw at you. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's kind of in simple terms what we did.
So we are at the standard. We are in compliance, and and if you could just respond to that. And how are we with respect to the report back to the MECP no later than January 18th of this year?
So I'm sending back a report this week, and it doesn't have to be an elaborate report. It just needs me to provide information to the MECP director that, the inspector, that the work has been completed as the requirements under the report. So it doesn't involve a very elaborate report that I have to communicate back to them. However, part two to this, because this was all pre-approved out of Toronto by the engineering branch at the Ministry of Environment in Toronto. This inspector is from Owen Sound. We requested some other information or validation as to whether or not we would have to go to a new certificate of approval for the site, and we don't. However, the inspector or the engineer in Toronto indicated that we further have to install, and it wasn't part of this report, but we have to install another chlorine analyzer downstream of the tower. So in other words, the water leaving the tower has to be tested again. So the analyzer that was on there, because there's a system in place at the tower that you can inject chlorine into the water coming into the tower. Therefore, it has to have an analyzer to confirm that the chlorine that's entering the water in the tower, as it leaves, it's still meeting the standards allowed for chlorine content. Does everybody follow that? That is the extra. I don't have a cost on that. That was just came to me the other day, yesterday actually. So fortunately, I will provide a report back to council perhaps at the end of this month to give you an idea on the cost of what it's going to take to complete that part of the project.
Sure, and we will be looking for swift action on this so that we are in compliance, and this is of incredible importance to us for our citizens in that area, as well as overall for our citizens. So if that's a report that you could prepare rather quickly and that council can address it, we would very much appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and Councillor Townsend.
One of the other issues that came up was leaching from a neighboring farm. Was that from the same incident?
So, okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend, for bringing that to light too. Not a issue with respect to Viola or ourselves, but it's something that, and this is under our Source Water Protection Act. The farmer that farms the land adjacent to the well spread manure past the limits of what he was allowed to spread. When the MECP inspector completed his inspection he noticed that there was manure around the area. He called up the Source Water Protection Agency that has to communicate back to the farmer saying, you can't do that, because he could be fined or charged for doing that. What the minister or the inspector was alluding to is saying, Viola, when you go down to look at these wells, cast your eye around the area to see if you see any unusual anomalies. For example, this very thing. It's not that Viola can go in and talk to the farmer. They just call up Source Water Protection, and then Source Water steps in and does their thing. So it was just a recommendation. It wasn't an action item, but I could see the validity of them wanting to do that.
Further questions? Okay. The report before us is for information, so thank you for that. There's certainly much more than just information that is required in the report, so we look forward to that next report, and that we could, I will reiterate, swift action on that. Thank you very much. Okay, so that does conclude the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works reports, and we are now back onto the report from the clerk. We have dealt with the first item, and we're now on the second item, which is the Grey County Clerk's Office. Clerk Turner.
Sure. So the county has indicated they are continuing with the Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee. There's a terms of reference that has been provided. The Municipality of West Grey has been part of that Joint Advisory Committee in the past. The terms of reference speaks to 7 members, 4 of which have to have disabilities. One's a caregiver. One's a public advocate for people persons with disabilities, and then the last member would be a Grey County Council member. So it doesn't involve any membership by council, by appointment of council. Obviously, if there's a member of council that had disability, wanted to apply, et cetera, if they did meet one of those terms or references. I am happy to report, though, that on speaking to the Rob Hatton, the Accessibility Advisory Coordinator for the county, our ex-councillor David Mollison has been appointed as a member to that advisory committee, so it will provide something of a West Grey flavor and voice to that committee. So I would certainly recommend that a motion be passed indicating the municipality's willingness to participate in that joint committee. Their expertise at the county level, I think, will be very much appreciated at the lower tier, at West Grey level.
Thank you, Clerk Turner. Councillor Shea.
I have a couple of questions, Mark. When you say participate, you mean by sending a staff person? That's what they're requesting, isn't it?
I believe in the letter, if I read it right, if you don't wish to participate in the accessibility committee, that you may want to consider sending a staff member. If that's how I
So
read
if
it.
you do want to participate,
It's not necessary to do so.
okay, so that's peripheral to the core of my question. When I was involved in council before, 12, 15 years ago, I sat on that committee as a council rep. And so that committee has existed for some time. I understand that there's been a new requirement placed on lower tier municipalities to form their own accessibility committees. And my understanding is that the county is initiating a new version of the county accessibility committee that would offload the lower tier municipalities' responsibility. So I'm a little bit confused about, I think maybe it's that mic back there, Callie. I'm a little bit confused with this evolution of there was always a county committee and that there is now a requirement for a lower tier committee, and the pre-existing county committee is going to sort of absorb that newly mandated responsibility. So my feeling about this generally is that if we have been invited to form our own local accessibility advisory committee, and we've been advised that that's what we should be doing, then that's what we should be doing. I would not be in favor of offloading that responsibility to the county. At the same time, if they have invited us to benefit from their expertise by sending a staff person, I would encourage us to do that as well. But I do think we should be forming an accessibility advisory committee at the lower tier level.
Very good. Thank you. Further comments? Questions? Okay. All right. Okay, Councillor Herger, and then we'll go back to Councillor
I would agree that in the last little while that I've sat with council, it seems that we have projects that we want to do, and that obviously we're looking for the accessibility requirement or the benefit. If we could make it a little more accessible, could we just do it this way? What's the cost, and so on. But it is good to have someone either at those meetings, as Mr. Shea, Councillor Shea here has mentioned. It is good to have someone at that table to not only hear and bring back the ideas and legal requirements of that committee, but also to have somebody there kind of championing and helping our local projects get through that. And I say get through it to make them amazing projects. So I would encourage either that we have somebody there or that we do form our own local one.
In retrospect, even though they indicate if you don't participate, you can send a staff member, certainly I can follow up. It would seem, why not? Like, why it wouldn't be the case that we could send a staff member anyways to observe? It's not that part of the committee or anything. We're just giving observations. Obviously, I assume we'll be getting minutes from them, and I would hope that they provide some policy directives and best practices. whether or not this council wants to form a local accessibility committee. If so, that would take some research, and we'd have to see, certainly from a staff perspective, who has expertise in that area. I know it's kind of fallen at times to myself, and to be honest, I'm not totally comfortable with accessibility and how to provide that and to meet all the regulations. We have striven to do that. We have our accessibility plans in place. We have training for any new council members or any new committee members to adhere to those regulations. We're working on an improved website to meet those requirements, but it's something that does certainly take a good amount of work and detail. So, even if we go, whether council wants to entertain participating at least in the interim, and then looking forward to perhaps forming our own local committee in time, maybe that's an alternative approach.
Sure, and that's what I'm hearing from council so far. I absolutely recognize you, Councillor Hutchinson. This is a very important issue for West Grey, and certainly we are all working towards that 2025 deadline of compliance, overall compliance for accessibility. I do like the idea of a representative at the county table. I can tell you, as a county councillor, I will ensure that the minutes and any communication from that county council committee is definitely brought to the attention of this council and staff. And if there's any further dialogue that needs to go back, certainly just by way of my involvement, certainly not to take away from the members of council or the member of county council that's on it or the citizens. So they've got a role to do, but I can certainly facilitate information coming back from the county on this. So we certainly need to look at how we wish to move ahead, but I'm now going to Councillor Hutchinson.
Just more or less for clarification, like in here it says non-voting members. The Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee's non-voting members will consist of one staff resource from each participating local municipality. So they're asking us to send a staff person to represent our municipality. Non-voting. Is that correct? That's the way I read it. So. And I think it's important that we do have representation, like Mr. Shea said, it's whether we want to do something locally. I mean, that's man hours we're looking at and sort of thing, but at least we have representation, whether we have a vote or not, that's the other thing. But
good, thank you. Councillor Shea. Oh.
So they're asking us to participate in that by sending a staff person, but they say that if we have a local one, and don't want to participate, we're still welcome to send a staff person. In their letter, they say that many of you, or some of you, addressing the lower tier municipalities, have effective local accessibility advisory committees, and so those of you that do are still welcome to send. So we might start by querying which other local municipalities do have these effective local accessibility advisory committees, and perhaps see their terms of reference. I think participating in both is a great idea, because the upper tier one has an expert of sorts, what did they call them, a advisor or coordinator.
Rob Hatton is, I believe, the accessibility coordinator.
So they would be helpful in ensuring compliance, and compliance is something that we all care about. But there is another issue beyond compliance, and that's a cultural shift. And so if we have an accessibility advisory committee meeting here, once a month or 6 times a year or whatever, and that they're coming in here and we're seeing them from time to time and they're making regular presentations to this council, we will start to understand the sort of concerns that they are grappling with on a more empathetic, visceral level. As well, there are local issues within our municipality that county council committee is not likely to address. So if you, for example, go to the pizza store at the south end of town, it doesn't have to be named, okay. You can enter up onto the sidewalk by a ramp to enter that pizza place, but as you approach the pizza place, a municipally cited garbage receptacle on the sidewalk restricts the width of the sidewalk to less the size of a wheelchair. So a wheelchair can get up on the sidewalk, but cannot actually enter the store because the municipality has placed a garbage can there. Also, for example, Mark just did a recent, and I think is going to report on, an accessibility assessment of how the election went. And that would be the sort of thing that if we had a local accessibility advisory committee, you could easily turn to and say, hey guys, gals, could you give us some perspective that we could feed into this report? So other issues like parking in town, do we have sufficient handicap parking? Is it in the right places? Do we have the right bylaws for administrating parking? I have a son who's got a wheelchair, and so I drive a wheelchair van a lot of times, and I'm always impressed when I go to cities like Toronto that their rules are, if you have a sticker, you can park in any no parking zone, so on the street. Not a no stopping zone, and not in front of a fire hydrant, not 10 meters before intersection. But if it's just a street that says no parking, or there's meters and the meters it's outside of this time of the meters, if you have that sticker, you can just park there. Now, that's obviously, or I've talked to the police here some years ago, and that's not practical to implement here because we have things like no parking on the bridges and no parking on, the double lane going up the hill in Durham. There's places where we have no parking for reasons that would impact on safety. But we do have people I see with wheelchair stickers parking in no parking zones that are not causing problems, but are technically not allowed. So I think there's issues around parking that we should be addressing at a local level, and it would be great to have input from a local experts and local people who have experience with this sort of condition. As for the staff time, I appreciate that there would be an investment, and I would be willing to sort of volunteer to head this up or participate or offload as much of that as possible, perhaps in terms of reaching out to members of the community who could participate in this committee. I would also like to suggest that if this is tilting at windmills, if we put out a call for trying to identify 5 people with disabilities that would serve on a committee, and we get one response or no responses, that we drop it. That we don't have to commit to this, but I think it's something we should definitely take a stab at.
Excellent comments, thank you. Further questions? So I'm wondering if members of council would consider appointing Councillor Shea to the Grey County Accessibility Committee. I mean, notwithstanding that the county council or county is asking for a staff person. Just wondering if that's a possibility, but I am going to defer to the clerk who has a comment.
So the terms of reference doesn't provide for a member of council to be appointed to that advisory committee, but they are saying, I guess in essence, a staff person. I don't know what would keep a council member from going, but not actually being part of that committee. And certainly it seems that council is interested in the possibility of a local accessibility advisory committee, and that's something I've noted. I can certainly do some research, see what other municipalities are dealing with. I know I have a Grey County clerks meeting that they're talking about having one sometime in February, so that might be an opportunity to maybe converse about that and see what they're doing as well. And obviously I can email clerks as well and see what's happening there. But yeah, but in terms of a council member being appointed, I don't think that's part of the mandate or terms of reference. But certainly if the council's open to at least being willing to be part of that or be included in the county accessibility committee until the advent of a local committee, it might be appropriate to pass such a resolution.
Councillor Shea.
I think we would be well served by having a local citizen like Dave Mollison and an occasional staff person attending those meetings. I think that would serve us, especially in terms of our AODA compliance. I was sort of offering to get involved in trying to help spearhead a local West Grey specific committee, perhaps putting out maybe having a public meeting or a call, request of interest, just seeing, are there people that want to see this happen? And if we get 20 people out, then obviously it's an issue, and if we get nobody out, then we can just let it slide. I don't know the best way forward, but I'm committed to sort of a local committee.
Nice. Certainly appreciate that. I'm just wondering if perhaps some of that information should be collected initially before there's some direction in that, but certainly it's great to hear that, Councillor Shea, you're interested in doing that, and I'm sure we would, at least from a staff perspective, would be happy to have you on board helping out in that regard, but maybe it would be best to collect the information how exactly a committee, accessibility committee would work and function in terms of a membership composition. What would that really generally entail, or what others are doing? It would be great definitely to have representation from persons with disabilities for sure, and I could hopefully do that within the next couple months anyways, hopefully.
Well, I like the way this discussion is going, and absolutely we're coming to a resolve for a move forward basis. And I'm just indicating, I think Councillor oh my goodness, CAO Johnson has a comment to make. I have Councillor attention on my mind.
Exactly. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I didn't notice anywhere in the package, and if it's there, I apologize. Mark, did the county give any indication on when the first meeting is going to be for 2019?
Not this time. I did speak to Mr. Hatton. They did circulate for individuals interested in the committee. They got, I understand, a somewhat of a limited response, so they are going out, I think, proactively and trying to secure other members, certainly the members, particularly with persons with disabilities. So they have appointed some, as I mentioned, David Mollison, but they don't have a set date at this point.
Thank you for that. Mayor Robinson, if I may, compliance with accessibility is ultimately falls on the responsibility of the corporation. And as head of the corporation, I would say that in the interim, until we can figure out what that staff representation looks like, I will attend the first meeting so I can have a sense of what their mandate is, and work with the clerk and Councillor Shea to see what a local level might look like.
Yeah, absolutely good suggestion. I'm just looking to members of council who look like they are in agreement with that, and that's what I'm getting from it. Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Councillor Shea, for bringing up this issue, and I agree wholeheartedly. I think tap into our smart, talented community and bring forth their life experience that could be very different from the experience here in council. I think that's very important. And as a council rep for the SMART board, I'd be very much interested in participating in the committee, should that come to be. So that would be the Saugeen Municipal, that's what it is. We haven't had our first meeting, but our mobility transit throughout the region. So thank you for bringing it forward, and I look forward to more information from staff.
Great, and what a good tie-in to the whole issue of accessibility. Great. Anything further? All right, well, I do have a motion before us. It's moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby declares the municipality's willingness to participate in the Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee. Questions? Call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? It does carry, and thank you for a very detailed discussion on. All right, the next item is the 2018 Post-Election Accessibility Report. Clerk Turner.
Yes, so in accordance with the Municipal Elections Act, there was a pre-election accessibility report or plan completed, and then again in compliance with the regulations, a post-election accessibility report completed as before you. Certainly tying into our just discussion a moment ago, it'd be great to have, if in fact a local accessibility advisory committee is formed, that prior to sometime before the next election in 2022, which comes quickly, that certainly the input from that committee would be certainly valuable to provide for as much as we can accessibility for electors.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Recognizing there's an election next year, I'm assuming some of these would be addressed before the 2022 period, if in fact it's more physical or whatever responsibility areas you would have for a federal election happening in the area.
This speaks to the municipal requirements. Federal will have their own requirements for accessibility, so they do look at, certainly they will, when the facilities are utilized, they'll do an inspection, determine, make sure they are accessible, but that's really incumbent upon the federal electoral returning officer to ensure that.
Just on this post-election accessibility report, I appreciate that you've done a lot of work to kind of encapsulate the problem areas and so on. I have received quite a bit of feedback from people regarding the election, whether or not the telephone option was accessible. That seemed to be the most difficult part of running that election from what I've heard from people. I guess I was just curious if people had, if any of our residents had further input beyond what you've got here, would you be accepting that information, or, I mean, we should funnel it to you all the time kind of thing? But I was just curious, at what point would we be making a decision about the next election if in fact we would be using telephone, or maybe there's other possibilities that present themselves at that time? So when would we be getting somewhat not the fallout, but the feedback from the previous election to make sure we solidify that?
So the alternative voting method bylaw has to be passed by council. Dear, it's early in the election year, and this previous council had passed it months before that deadline, so it would be probably sometime, I would think at least early 2021, you would be certainly thinking about that.
So I noted in your report, it talked about Dominion needed to really upgrade the telephone voting if we would be looking at that as a possibility in the future. Do we know if they've done any work on that, or?
Not since this time, no. That would be obviously something that would be considered when software suppliers are being entertained. It wasn't necessarily just because of the accessibility, it was just some confusion over the PIN number, 13 digits as opposed to just the 8 you needed. The birth date was a bit of an issue too, we found. So it was not necessarily accessibility related, but just procedurally and the process to make it easier for everyone. But yes, certainly anyways, again, we can foster that involvement and accessible provisions, and we'll look to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hergert, thanks for asking that question. So I think we'll have a bigger discussion about the whole election down the road. So I'll keep my comments to accessibility. And I was just thinking, one comment I heard about phone voting was that the voice was too fast. And I think that would come down to accessibility, the pacing of the voice. Another comment was, could we include visual instructions? So you'd have like a visual map of what to expect while you're on the phone, and that might improve accessibility. And my question too was there consultation with an advocate from the public regarding mobility, visual, or hearing impairments, either pre or post-election? Do we have that advocate?
No, we didn't at that time. No.
Okay. So perhaps a committee could
Yes,
address
through
that.
the committee, yes.
Okay. And I'm just wondering to Clerk Turner if there was assessment of the disruption. So on that final day of voting, everything crashed. So there was a disruption. It wasn't predictable. We didn't predict that would happen. Did you examine how that might have impacted those who required accommodations for accessibility? If there's anything we've learned from that, if there's anything that prevented them from voting that day.
It's hard to tie that to accessibility. Actually, the extra day, there was, I believe, quite a few that voted. I think it was in the order of 600 electors. We did have probably maybe 40 or so here at the office ready to vote. So I can't recall if any, obviously, were in terms of accessibility, if that created an issue in terms of having to come back a second time, but certainly did create some inconvenience for electors. Our statistics do show that, however, roughly 88% thereabouts did vote at home by internet, so and then the rest by telephone. So I guess about 10% voted at the help centers. So largely the vast majority did vote at home, so they had that convenience. So, but this option was available. So it's kind of hard to tie that to if it did impact, but certainly that extra day of voting did bring out the masses, and there was significant voting at that time. But it was certainly an inconvenience when you look at municipalities, whether it's Ajax, or I forget which one, but larger municipalities that were impacted, and you're talking at least tens of thousands of electors, maybe hundreds of thousands that may have been inconvenienced. So we did deal with that through all the clerks. We had broadcast emails, and we communicated our displeasure of how that came about. There was apparently a sub-supplier of Dominion that may have been culpable for that disruption, but ultimately Dominion's responsibility. So I guess I can relate, not that it's germane to the question, but the clerks did generally accept a 20% discount because of the disruption in terms of the software. That was their initial quote, so there was an acceptance of a 20% discount by the clerks and returning officers that were involved. So
I'm pleased to hear that. Further questions? Okay. And maybe, and it just goes a little beyond the accessibility of, with the 2018 post-election report here, but maybe just a note to file, if you will, that as we approach the next municipal election, that maybe the day before or 2 days before the actual final day for voting, that more communication is sent out again to say, by the way, there is one more day left for voting, and that may just enhance voting participation. So I just leave that with our returning officer for consideration. So with that item, unless there's any further questions, which I'm not seeing, is just received for information. All right, thank you. So the final item on the clerk's report is dealing with Infrastructure Ontario regarding the Middle Durham Dam.
Your Worship, I'll step out for this. I have a conflict. Mark, I indicated item 3. It's actually item 4 on my form that I gave you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Your conflict of interest is so noted and will be noted in the minutes as well. Just wait for a moment. Thank you. Clerk Turner, please.
So you do have a letter or an email from Infrastructure Ontario indicating that the province is looking to divest themselves of ownership of the Middle Durham Dam. As you may be aware, there is also a lower and upper Durham Dam that is owned by the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, and they look after the maintenance and capital costs for that dam, which are in turn charged back to West Grey. West Grey does receive a 40% grant for that amount back from the province. So they are asking if broader sector, public sector bodies have any interest in purchasing the dam. They're looking at an expression of interest. As I understand, I'm speaking to Brent Stewart from Infrastructure Ontario. It's a non-binding. It would be non-binding if you do express interest, but at least they would have that on record, and they would pursue. They would have a number of studies that they would undertake before they would be able to sell the property. Mr. Stewart indicated it could be even up to a year before those studies would be completed and the sale could commence. I am also aware, I did speak to Wayne Broman, the General Manager, Secretary Treasurer of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. They received a similar letter Mr. Broman is taking that to the January 15th Conservation Authority Board of Directors meeting for some possible discussion to see if Saugeen Valley would entertain taking ownership as well. So that we do have membership through the mayor and deputy mayor on that board of directors, so certainly that discussion would be of interest. So in my mind, I think it would be appropriate at least to express interest in the purchase of that Middle Durham Dam, again, not being non-binding. If expression of interest isn't provided, my understanding from Mr. Stewart is the property in return would be available for sale in the open market. So I guess if council, I don't know if it's necessarily a benefit to owning a dam, but the alternative may not be any better if a member of the public may own it and they may have discretion to remove it or to do whatever they please with it, subject to Conservation Authority regulations, because it is in a regulated area of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. So just looking for direction from council. I do have a motion if council wishes to entertain it.
Very good. Thank you for that report. Members of council, questions? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I think it'd be only right for us to express interest in it. Ideally, I think it'd be nice if the Conservation Authority would take it over, given that they control the other two dams. I would have a concern if we didn't get involved in it and it become private, because there is a lot of access to the park across that dam. Even talking here about a right-of-way, and I'm not sure what that right-of-way is. I know Councillor Shea's property is right by that, and I'm not sure if there's something there that we have some kind of easement there, but it does talk about a right-of-way, and we do access through from the south side of the dam in by his property. So yeah, I think private ownership would create some issues. I'm not sure if the council's aware of it. We also looked at one point this last term, we had a company come to us interested in putting in a generator, a hydro generator at that dam, and we deferred it at that time. But I think down the road that may be something as an option when we talk about green energy and we look at hydro, that that's something we may look at again. Without having ownership of it, then that would be an issue. So I'd be in favor of working with conservation area to take that on.
Very good. Questions? Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Herger.
Yeah, I was thinking little competition for the property would be interesting, but I'd rather that the municipality owned it, and that way you don't have all of the bias restrictions that you might get from the conservation sort of philosophy, if you will. And we still would have to go to them for approval and comment. I understand that in certain areas, but at least we'd have more control ourselves. And when you and I communicated, I was pleased to see that you'd offer a minimal amount for for the dollars. And again, once you get down, if we happen to put an application in the Sodas Conservation Authority, we can work it out between ourselves as to who actually will be the one to stand down. So.
Yeah, just further to that, again, I didn't mention that, of course, as the province usually goes, it's a tight deadline to respond, January 17th, a 30-day response time period, so some direction would be appreciated. Yeah, if the municipality takes ownership, I guess that would be another point of discussion, whether or not we'd have staff look after it. That would have staffing implications, or we go to the Conservation Authority and pay them for their services in turn, which is done with the upper and lower dams as well.
Good.
So I would be in agreement of noting our interest in this property, and as Councillor Townsend here has mentioned, we can kind of sort out the details later if it's just us and conservation that bring forth the interest. But as things go, council had previously deferred on the power generation because we didn't own it, right? So we couldn't go ahead and say yes to that, but it is a potential revenue generator there. I guess I do have a couple questions. If we go beyond this expression of interest, I would be interested to know the ownership on both ends of the dam, who owns what part where, so that we do in fact have access. If there's some sort of connectivity that we can get for trails and so on, that'd be an idea out there. But I also think that it's very important that we don't take on too much. So we have dams that we presently own that we should be looking after that infrastructure. So I guess I'd be looking for a report about the status or what significant building, what kind of improvements will be needed in the short, medium, long term, so that we would be able to address that. Do you have some information on that, Mark?
Yeah, sorry, what I was going to suggest to council, if in fact council does pass a resolution to express interest in it, I would send a letter noting that, but I would also indicate that they have given a market value appraisal, which was done in 1998 of $53,000. I would suggest to them that perhaps a dam is not necessarily an asset, and perhaps we would be looking at a nominal fee. But I would also, perhaps with council's agreeance, that I would also inquire prior to any consideration of us purchasing it, if they would be having an engineer, for instance, complete a structural integrity report for the dam, and if so, if there were deficiencies, if they would be remedying those deficiencies before any transaction would be made to the municipality. So I would look to include that in my letter if council is agreeable.
I would say we are agreeable, but moving on here, Councillor Townsend.
Mark, I would assume, like any other purchase, right, you check the condition of any asset you buy. So if they decline it, chances are there's a warning in there somewhere.
Good. Further questions? Okay. Oh. All right. Well, I'll just see if there will be a motion on that one. All right, thank you. I do have a motion before us, and it is moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Hergert. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby requests the clerk to submit a letter to Infrastructure Ontario, hereby request the clerk to, Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby requests the clerk to submit a letter to Infrastructure Ontario expressing an interest, non-binding, in purchasing the Middle Durham Dam property. And further, that council representatives of the SVCA Board of Directors discuss the SVCA, Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, possible interest in purchasing the Middle Durham Dam during the January 15th, 2019 SVCA Board of Directors meeting. I only hesitated because there was the word "of" that I needed to take out. So calling the question, all those in favor? Opposed, if any, carries, recognizing that we did have a conflict of interest on one member of council. Please, Councillor Shea can come back in the room. While the clerk is asking Councillor Shea to come back in the room, we do have a budget meeting scheduled for 1 o'clock. It certainly is okay if we just postpone that to conclude this council meeting. So what we have left, let me see, are the proposed bylaws, notice of motion, direct motions, of which there are at least 2, possibly 3 or 4. Closed session, matters arising, I don't have any indication of that. Question period, and then adjournment. Does council wish to conclude this council meeting? Does council wish to recess the council meeting, have a short break, get into budget deliberations, and return? What is your wish? Councillor Hutchinson.
My only concern would be, could we open it up to question period for the audience in case anybody has any questions at this point, so that they
Good point.
don't necessarily have to wait for us to come back from lunch if they have some
Sure.
questions?
Okay, very good point. So are we looking at having question period moved up? Very good accommodation, thank you. And then recessing at least for lunch, and that could be a short lunch, but then does council wish to come back for finishing the council or go into budget deliberations? I'm looking to you for some discussion. Councillor Hergert.
Well, I say we take a break and then come back, resume. Let's finish our council
Okay.
discussion and so on, and then
Good.
we know budget's going to take a few days, so
Yeah.
we're not all pushed to get it done today, kind of thing.
Right. Okay, any other comments from council? Good, and thank you. It's like you read my mind. I appreciate that, at least for this component. So we have completed the staff reports, which is dealing with item 12. We now are going to jump right ahead to the question period. So I'm just noting that that is item 19. So at this point in our agenda, we are just inviting members of our audience to attend at the podium if they have any questions relating to any item that is on this particular agenda. So is there anybody in the audience that has a question? Mr. Jensen, please.
This one is over that forced Creek Estate again. That's more a question maybe for Mark. We got a little bit an issue there for permits because the amendment was not done. You know, from the subdivision agreement. Is that the permits will be issued now, or has to go first the problem with the $450 compared with you know what?
Yeah, so I think it's, I think the subdivision agreement does need to be ratified before any building permits would be issued.
Okay, but will be still a problem before the permits can be issued. How long will that take before?
I would suggest we'll have a legal opinion certainly prior to the next council meeting, which would be January 22nd.
Okay. Oh, that's fine, yeah.
And I can certainly communicate that to you
sure.
or Mr. Rose, and
Yeah.
so you're aware of that.
Yeah, okay, that's all I was concerned about. I thought when it takes 2 or 3 months and they come in a permit. Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for that inquiry. We always want clarity in what we
Yeah.
do. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Okay, members of the public. Yes, please.
Actually, it's a question kind of directed to Deputy Mayor Mr. Hutchison there. When he said about our government said that morally that the cannabis issue was legal, and it's more of a comment there as I don't believe statistically is how we come about morality. So I'm going to put the question, no one wants to talk about this, so I'm putting you guys on the spot, okay? That if that's true, I'd like to get a comment from any of the members. And I know it's a tenacious topic that's come up over the last year or whatever, but just the idea that statistics like the majority, because the majority says it's right morally or ethically, I think that's a really hard thing to talk or to debate about, and that's probably why I'm here. I'm sure you remember some of my comments, and just to reiterate, the idea of the medical attributes of cannabis have been stated. I don't think there's a lot of information that I have found myself to confirm that, and that's my concern with the government, that they really didn't prepare a package to say, look how good this is. We got to get people off of pharmaceutical components. That was my main concern. So if you're willing to step into that arena, and Deputy Mayor, you brought it up by saying our government is a moral gauge or barometer, and I don't think you meant that. It's just legally wise, they have done that, and we're obligated to follow the legality of it. But again, my question is the morality of adding one more substance to an already personal responsibility problem, whether it's alcohol, whether it's medical medication or whatever, that personal responsibility to do the right thing with alcohol, to do the right thing with your medication prescriptions, and do the right thing with cannabis, if so said. Is there anyone that wants to step into that messy circle?
I think, well, if you don't mind, I'll just respond on behalf of council as the mayor, so the head of council. Everything you said, I absolutely understand. What we are dealing with as a council is certainly just whether a cannabis retail outlet should be considered here. Should West Grey Council opt in or opt out to the retail component? Case closed. And then all we're dealing with is any other regulations that come forward. So we're not, we're certainly addressing the fabric of our community, what our community is looking for. Do we want to, as a community, to opt into this retail, just this retail store or industry, or do we not want to? But we're not looking at individuals' rights to make a decision in terms of ethics in any part. We are a corporate body politic, so we are dealing with the best possible solutions for our West Grey, and that is economic, cultural, and social. So I think if council's okay, I would leave it at that. I appreciate your comment, but really it's the best effort that we can make to our community in terms of this item before us. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Okay, council? Thanks. Further questions, if any? All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate all of your participation. We are stand recessed. Would council like 15 minutes, a half hour, and then we will come back to finish this council agenda, and then we will get into the budget deliberations, the start thereof. So am I hearing indication of a half hour? All right, we will stand adjourned for the 1/2 hour. Thank you very much. Members of council, I would like to call the meeting back to order. Thank you for moving so quickly. I appreciate that, Councillor Townsend, and all members of council for your direct attention. I appreciate that. This West Grey Council meeting is called back to order. We have completed all of the items on item 12, staff reports. We now have before us a number of proposed bylaws, beginning with proposed bylaw 1-2 019 or 2019. So I have a motion before us. This is dealing with a proposed bylaw to approve and authorize the execution of a 2019 Household Hazardous Waste Program Municipal Participation Agreement between the Municipality of West Grey and the City of Owen Sound. So the motion before us is moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Be it resolved that bylaw number 1-2019, being a bylaw to approve the authorization or to authorize the execution of a 2019 Household Hazardous Waste Program Municipal Participation Agreement between the Municipality of West Grey and the City of Owen Sound, being now read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered, and that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Questions? Councillor Hergert.
I do just have one comment.
Yes.
How we left this with Brent last time was that we were going to still pursue information from Southgate and then also be looking for the certificate of approvals to be amended. So just an update, maybe mid-year or something like that would be really beneficial so that we know how to proceed with this next year, I think.
Okay, so noted, and that is a very good point. Councillor Hamilton.
On the bylaw that's in our agenda,
yes,
the second paragraph has 2018. I think it should say 2019. Okay, so I will amend that or whatever you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so having read it and so noting the amendment, Councillor Hamilton, so I'm going to say you're in concurrence with that change to the motion. Councillor Hutchinson, are you okay as amended? Good. Calling the question now. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That motion carries. Thank you. Okay. We're now dealing with proposed bylaw 2-2019, moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hergert. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2-2019, being a bylaw to authorize entering into a consulting agreement between Bill Plews, thank you, Building Code Consultant, Inc., and the Municipality of West Grey for the purpose of enforcing the Building Code Act and its regulations, including acting as chief building official, and to repeal bylaw number 103-2018, to rescind the appointment of Karen Holt as interim acting chief building official, be now read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered, and that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Questions? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, just a question. So this is to maybe our CAO.
Yes.
This person is a consultant rather than an employee then? Or in the past, they were an employee, right?
Through Mayor Robinson, that is correct, Councillor Hutchinson. He is under contract with us, retired CBO from the town of Collingwood.
Okay. So what does the staff situation look like in terms of the office? We have one person that's in the building all the time now?
Through Mayor Robinson, right now we are recruiting for a permanent CBO, and Mr. Pluis will continue on contract until we have that transition completed. We're anticipating hiring an additional inspector for West Grey's needs and an inspector for Chatsworth. The CBO position will be shared between the two municipalities.
Okay, so this is just a temporary fill-in sort of thing?
That's correct,
okay.
Councillor.
All right.
Yes, and that certainly will contribute to service to the public, quality service delivery by bringing, if you will, the building service department back to West Grey proper. So thank you for those questions. Councillor Hergert.
So I was hoping that we could just update any fees that's coming in an additional one, but I was curious if you could elaborate on the building department situation right now. So if somebody wanted to build right now, they come in and they bring all their paperwork to West Grey, they're coming here. And I would like all of these details updated on our website too, just so when people look, where do I go for building, that they're coming here now.
Through you, Mayor Robson, thank you for the inquiry, Councillor. We have sent out media releases, and we did do a news and notice to say that effective January 1st, come to your local municipal office. My partners in Chatsworth and Grey Highlands have also have the same communication, but I agree, there's no harm in reminding people, periodically that this is your office for building services. Right now, if a client comes in here, Mr. Pluis is taking care of the intake, as well as some of our customer service staff, and he's managing the file from receipt to sign off.
Good. Thank you.
So I guess I'm looking for the update to be on the building department page, not necessarily just the news and notice. Sure. So that's where I'd be looking for that.
Thank you. Yep.
Good. Councillor Townsend.
Again, procedurally, any application in progress over that period of time, like say, began on the 20th of December, whatever date, and hasn't been resolved yet, would that automatically be transferred here, or would it still stay over there?
Through Mayor Robinson, Councillor Townsend, all of our files are in our office now and being handled locally by our CBO.
Great. And I think what would be really fantastic for the members of council and certainly the citizens is when we have hired our chief building official, that individual come to I would say a council meeting so that it is videotaped, and just meet and greet, if you will, provide some information on moving the building department forward. And in terms of fees and process and level of service, it definitely is a welcome addition to West Grey, or a welcome back to West Grey, if you will. All right, so we duly have a motion moved and seconded. I've read it out. We've had the questions, just as a recap. Calling the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Oh, yes, thank you. I will. All right, we're on to proposed bylaw 3-2019. Moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Be it resolved that bylaw number 3-2019, being a bylaw authorizing the borrowing of money to meet current expenditures of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of West Gray, be now read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered, and that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed with the seal of the Corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Questions? If any. We've had a comment from our Director of Finance and Treasurer earlier during her report. All right, calling the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. All right. Proposed bylaw 4-2019, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Shea. Be it resolved that bylaw number 4-2019, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 29-2016, being a bylaw under the Building Code Act respecting construction, demolition, and change of use permits and inspections, and establishing of building permit fees, and to repeal bylaw number 52-2016, be now read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered by the said bylaw, be sealed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed with the seal of the Corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Questions? Councillor Hergert.
On this one, I pulled the bylaw 29-2016, and that provides a lot of definitions and so on that I think are very valuable that we shouldn't be repealing. But I noticed the 52-2016 was the one that we were going to repeal. So can you provide a little clarity on which one we're actually getting rid of? What's in the 52 that I don't have in the... I'm agreeable to amend 29-2016 because I do not want to lose the definitions and so on about building code and the fees and so on. Mm-hmm. But to repeal 52-2016, what exactly are we getting rid of?
Good point. Clerk Turner, please. Okay. Can I just put...
Yeah.
Okay, very good question.
Yeah,
our clerk is just asking for a bit of time to research and provide a response. So with council's concurrence, we'll just put this proposed bylaw off to the side, and we'll move on with the business of looking at the other proposed bylaws. Okay, I'm going to put that one right there. All right, so we are now dealing with proposed bylaw number 5-2019, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Be it resolved that bylaw number 5-2019, being a bylaw to provide for interim tax levies for the year 2019, be now read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered, and that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed with the seal of the Corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. This is something that the Director of Finance and Treasurer talked about during her report. However, are there any questions at this stage? All right, seeing none, calling the question. All those in favor? Those opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to proposed bylaw number 6-2019, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Shea. Be it resolved that bylaw number 6-2019, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 41-2017, being a site plan control agreement between the Municipality of West Gray, Christopher and Diane Kennedy, and Northern Credit Union Limited, be now read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered, and that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed with the seal of the Corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Questions? Call the vote. Oh, all right. Thank you. Councillor Shea.
So this is a bylaw to amend a site plan agreement, am I correct?
Yes.
So what are the conditions of the original site plan agreement?
basically just laid out, there's a site plan that exists, the only change is the office addition, so it basically recognized those existing structures in the original bylaw, and the rest was basically just more or less boilerplating. It just recognized those uses, and the property was actually rezoned for recognizing that heavy equipment auction sales.
So did the original site plan agreement not include any provisions about storing equipment outside? Or about erecting some sort of a visual barrier to the street?
No, it did not. Sorry. There is a bit of a berm at the front of the property, but I don't believe that was an actual requirement, if I recall. But typically, the way they have equipment auction, it speaks to a number of sales a year, and it's usually a time frame of about a week or a couple of weeks before the event, and a week or two after to get rid of the equipment. So we've seen that. There's been 4 or 5, maybe 6 already sales, last one being mid-November, and we've seen that pattern. You'll see the equipment start to arrive just before the auction is to be held. Shortly after the auction, then the purchasers take it away.
So did I not see equipment parked on the berm with for sale signs on them this year?
There were for sale signs. They were just on display for going to be in the auction.
Okay, so that was...
On top of the berm is within our...
Right, but I thought the berm was meant as a visual barrier to the street, and the idea of parking the equipment on the berm seemed counterproductive.
I wasn't aware of that. The front of the berm is where MTO has jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
We kept off of their line, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to, if you don't mind, defer to the clerk to find out if that was a specific requirement.
Again, I can't recall that being a requirement, but it was brought about. It's basically it's a vehicle that's used for promoting the incoming auction or the upcoming auction. It's not a vehicle that's for sale, but it's just a sign basically used to advertise their business.
Councillor Herger.
I was just going to ask, maybe if in the future we could get, sometimes at a law firm we might ask for compliance with the site plan or compliance with the restrictive covenants and so on. I was just curious if, Mark, would you say that that this, let me be specific here, Christopher and Diane Kennedy would have entered into the site plan control agreement. Are they in compliance with the site plan?
Yeah, we've had no issues with the property or the use of the property.
Yeah, so maybe in the future that would just be enough of a resolution for us, you know, that we've looked at it and that they are in compliance, and we can all march forward knowing that it's in good shape, and we're just going to amend the agreement. Maybe.
Okay, good. We still need the bylaw, though. So this bylaw that we're dealing with. So, yep.
Sorry,
Okay.
I guess that was just a point of order for us, that someone reviewed the subdivision agreement or the plan agreement in this case, and that it is satisfactory so far, and yes, that we could amend it. Yeah.
Good. Further questions? Councillor Shea.
Are site plan agreements or amendments distributed to neighbors for comment?
No, they're not. No, it's not subject to a public meeting or to a circulation requirement.
Okay. Further questions? Councillor Hutchinson.
I think just comments, just like a little bit of history in terms of this. I believe when we first discussed about this, there were some issues with a neighbor to the north that had some concerns with visibility and the tree line and whatnot. And so, you know, we discussed that and talked about, you know, what changes were going to be made. There was some issues with parking. We didn't want parking on Side Road 6 or on the highway when people went to the auctions and that type of thing. So there were some other things that came out when we were talking about this site plan agreement. But as far as the addition, I don't see that as being really a much of an issue or a change to the site plan, because it really wasn't about the building. It was more about the site, right? So I don't see it as being a big issue, but I mean, it might have been worthwhile to have the agreement in our package that we could have reviewed, that type of thing.
It's always good to have additional information for sure. Further questions? All right. Mover, seconder, duly noted. Motion read. Calling the question now after questions. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Proposed bylaw number 7-2019, moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Be it resolved that bylaw number 7-2019, being a bylaw to appoint Jennifer Watson as an inspector for the purpose of enforcing the prescribed maintenance standards contained in Ontario Regulation 517/06, be now read a first, second, and third time passed and numbered, and that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor Clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. I anticipate a question, and I'm just wondering at this point if the clerk would just provide some background in terms of why this particular bylaw needs to be considered for passage by this council.
So prior to July 1st of 2018, municipalities have the option of either enforcing or not enforcing internal property standards or building standards with the landlord and tenant when there becomes landlord and tenant issues. Legislation was enacted by the province, and now since July 1st of last year, it is a requirement now for municipalities to provide that service. So prior to that, if there was a landlord, for instance, complaint, they would go to the landlord and tenant, through the Landlord and Tenant Act, they would contact the province. Province would contact a local inspector who, up until then, was actually Don Tedford, the building official for Hanover, and he would go in response to any complaints to the province under the Landlord and Tenants Act. So as of July 1st, now municipalities are involved, and I was informed by Jennifer Watson in order to issue orders for any internal matters as it relates to residences, apartments, etc., that this bylaw is required to give that authority to her. So as I understand, this is also being passed about the same time as the municipality of Grey Highlands and the township of Chatsworth, that also Jennifer provides services to.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Shea.
Does her responsibility include enforcing property standards acts generally, or just relating to tenancy issues?
Yes.
Yes, it involves, she had been for a number of years now, external property standards, as well as some bylaw enforcement, so she'll enforce zoning violation matters, for instance, but she will, that's an added component now, the internal.
So is enforcing our own internal property standards act something that is voluntary, or that we can opt to or opt not to?
That is mandatory.
Is there a point when we could review how our property standards are being checked, or?
Absolutely. I will take this. Absolutely, and it's something that we could perhaps just put a request for a staff report under new business, and certainly that I have noted in my agenda that I would like to see a review of the complaints process. Because we have so many bylaws within West Grey, and there is a need for citizens to comply with that, and they're put in place for the benefit of our citizens. But then to have to follow in a complaint process and add the extra red tape and a process where a citizen may not be comfortable, it's just worthwhile at this point to have a review. So certainly review of property standards in general is important. So I'll be looking to you for like a new business item for a staff report, and I will absolutely be requesting staff to look at our complaints process and come up with various options that make it more quality service oriented for our citizens. I think I saw Councillor Hergert.
So, Mark, I have a question. This is, did we approve Jennifer Watson's contract last year for a 5-year term? I believe we asked for a police vulnerable sector check and everything too.
Don't recall there being an established term, but there likely is an opt-out clause.
Okay, sure. I guess what I'm asking though is this new added responsibility going to increase the cost at all, or is her contract remaining the same?
The contract, there has been no discussion, no intention of changing the amount that she is reimbursed at this stage.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, just to go along with that report that we're looking about asking for, I'm sort of interested to know how the property standards officer meshes with our property standards committee and how that works. Like what input, where does the complaint process go? What does the committee do versus what does she do in her role? So maybe it's out there, maybe I've read that, but I don't just remember, so it might be worthwhile as a review.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, perhaps it may warrant the attendance of the bylaw enforcement officer just to introduce herself. Firstly, just briefly about the relationship between the Property Standards Committee and the bylaw enforcement officer. Really, the Property Standards Committee mandate is they hear any appeals of orders issued by the Property Standards officer. They don't have jurisdiction or can't give direction to the bylaw enforcement officer, similar to council can't give direction to a building official.
Good. Good. Further questions? Okay. So moved and seconded and read. So I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? It does carry. Thank you. Okay.
First and second.
Sure, and are you almost ready for that? Okay. All right, this is dealing with a proposed bylaw number 8-2019, and you'll recall that this was an item on the Director of Public Works and Infrastructure's report. We've had a lot of discussion on it. I have a motion moved by Councillor Hergert, seconded by Councillor Townsend. Be it resolved that bylaw number 8-2019, being a bylaw to enter into an agreement, Be it resolved that bylaw number 8-2019, being a bylaw to enter into an amending subdivision agreement for lands described as lots 20 and 21, concession 10, registered plan 1097 as amended, Geographic Township of Bentic, Jacko Developments, Inc., Forest Creek Estates, be now read a first and second time. Question. Councillor Shea.
We're not reading it a third time because we want to postpone the conclusion because we're getting some advice about lot levies and things like that. A question came up earlier about whether permits could be requested before this is passed. This is supplanting an existing agreement. So isn't the existing agreement still in place? And couldn't permits be requested based on that existing agreement? Is it expired?
I'm just consulting with the clerk at this point, but we're just formulating a response from
I'll
the clerk's.
investigate that further. How about that? I'll investigate that.
Okay, so we're getting a response back from our clerk. We could still move ahead with the bylaw if you wish, depending on how the vote goes. So, all those in favor? All those opposed? It does carry. Thank you. Now, we did have proposed bylaw 4-2019. Clerk Turner, did you want to provide a response?
Yeah, sorry, I just need some clarification from Councillor Hergert. Were you referring to bylaw 52 of 2016 that's being repealed?
So, on page 3 of my agenda, it says 52, 2016 is to be repealed.
Yes. And if you look at 52 of 2016, it in itself had amended Schedule C relating to a few different building permit fees. And
Adding in those, is it the addition of those, like, pre-discussion?
As I believe the Director of Finance indicated, the one basic change was not requiring that initial preliminary fee.
Right.
So that 52 has been rolled into this bylaw, which, bylaw 4. While incorporating that elimination of that preliminary fee.
What it doesn't do, though, is it doesn't keep the first 15 pages of this. It only has the Schedule C. So we're missing out on all these definitions of what building is and when to build and so on. And I don't want to lose those. I think those are valuable to the bylaw.
But bylaw 4 is only amending that part of Schedule C. It's amending it. It's not deleting the rest of it.
Right, so we are getting rid of 2916.
Amending 2916.
Okay. So to amend it, those fees are not included. Those initial application fees are not even included. So why don't we just keep 2016? We don't have to repeal anything.
It's, okay, the intent is just amending that table that's included, that portion of it.
If this is the same table. This is the same table.
Let's see, unfortunately wasn't involved with this bylaw, so I'm...
52, 2016 has those initial application fees as new items, but the 29, 2016 has all the same Schedule C without the initial application fee. So I think that we could just revert back to the 29, 2016 and be right where we're at. Get rid of 52.
So I'm just wondering, and I'm looking to our CAO, if we postpone approval of this bylaw, is there any negative impact in doing so that we could provide clarity in terms of Councillor Hergert's question and just understanding the exact flow and intent of this proposed bylaw?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I'm not aware of any impacts if we delay this till our next council meeting. And I know the intent was to remove that initial charge. The rest of the bylaw, as you mentioned, Councillor Hergert, I think there is merit in making sure that remains intact. So we'll get that clarification. We can bring it back to the next council meeting.
Good. I want to, as I know all members of council do, ensure that any bylaw that we do pass at this table has the abundance of clarity and that it is useful for council staff and the community. And raising those questions, Councillor Herger, I think is very important, and to have the opportunity for staff to just have the time to review, I think is essential. So we do have it moved and seconded, and it was read, but at this point we will not call the vote, and we'll just indicate that the bylaw will be put on the next council meeting with the clarity to, or response to the questions, if that's okay with council. And procedurally, Clerk Turner, can we leave it at that, or do we have to pass any motion on this?
It'd be in order to pass a motion to table the resolution, so I can definitely draft one.
All right. I think that is absolutely in order. Councillor Hamilton.
I'm wondering if it'd be helpful in future to have any bylaws that are referred to included in the agenda package. I was online digging, looking for the bylaws, and they're not always so easy to find. Or perhaps too, if we included those in the package, there could be some highlights or some notes on very specifically the sections we should be honing in on. I would find that helpful moving forward.
I think that is a very good suggestion, and we will include that. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So, in light of our discussion, moved by Councillor Hergert, seconded by Councillor Townsend, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby tables resolution number 13-19, and that's specifically relates to the proposed bylaw before us. Questions? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right, so we are on the last bylaw that's listed on our agenda. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Be it resolved the bylaw number 9-2019, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the January 8th, 2019 council meeting be read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered, and that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Questions, if any? Call the question. All those in favor, that is. All those opposed? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. So that concludes our bylaws. We're on item 14, which is new business. I do recall early in the day that we did have a discussion to pull a couple items from our consent agenda dealing with communications, Autism Ontario, as well as the South Bruce Grey Youth Literacy Council. I just want at this point to know if there's any other new business items, and I will go first to Councillor Shea.
I think you suggested that I request a staff report regarding property standards as a new business item?
Yep. Very good. Thank you. And within that, if we could fold in a comprehensive staff report that deals with the complaint process, options to improve, options to not make it so cumbersome in terms of red tape and all that. Okay, so those are our items for new business. Now, two of those, are there any others, quite frankly? Clerk Turner.
I did receive an email January 7th from Jessica Farquharson. She is a member of the Ayton Area Recreation Committee. She was looking for a resolution from council to declare as a municipal significant event the third annual Family Day snow volleyball tournament to be held on February 16th at the Centennial Hall in Ayton. And with council's indulgence, the manager of community services would like to speak to this. I do have a copy of the email I will provide to council, or the letter.
Yes, absolutely. Proceed.
So in regards to the correspondence that Clerk Turner has received, I just wanted to highlight that I think there needs to be a bigger discussion potentially regarding when we deem things municipally significant and why we're deeming them that. We were advised by our insurance provider that it is an area of caution when deeming things as municipally significant because the municipality is taking on reasonable risk and liability. So I think moving forward, we may want to look at what that process looks like and why and when we're doing it.
Very good. Thank you for that, and it's a discussion that this council will definitely have. Certainly the Ayton Recreation Committee is a very important component of our community, and they do very, very outstanding things in the community, and certainly this is the third annual event, and it is before us for consideration. And so at this point, I would say that it would require a direct motion So there's a few other items that will require direct motion, which is 2/3 majority, which is 5 out of 7 members of council. So that will be addressed at that time. Thank you for your comments. Any further new business items? And Councillor Hergert.
Read that Owen Sound is looking into the vacant commercial tax rebate program that they offer. And I know that this is a county level initiative, but we've talked about it several years. And now Owen Sound is taking the initiative to investigate whether or not that 30% reduction that they have, and our reduction is similar, but to see what the impact is on our local downtowns. And I think that we should be also mirroring a similar example of that. I would like to, instead of encouraging businesses, vacant commercial properties to sit empty, I think that if we remove that benefit, then maybe we can get more of a low vacancy rate and encourage business in our area. So I would be looking to maybe have a staff report on that. Possibly find out the results of what Owen Sound has done. I know that this will be something that comes to the county level, but I think it definitely has impact in West Grey, and I would look that we strongly look into this. I don't want it to continue. I think if you're running a business, you're doing it not because it's easy, not because you're getting a 30% tax reduction, but that you are doing business and it costs money. So we need to alleviate the area that we're I dare to say bonusing, but we're giving a reduction to those vacant commercial places that stay empty. So even if we set some parameters around maybe every 3 out of 5 years, you know, if it's been vacant 3 out of 5 or something. I know Grey County was somewhat looking into it last year, and we had this discussion last year. So I'd hate to say we look at it again next year, because I think it's just delaying it. I'd like to see what information could be provided this year before the county sets their tax rate.
Yeah, I think there's merit in looking at it from a local lens, and so certainly that makes sense to have a staff report. Anything further in terms of new business as I cast my eyes over here and over here? Nope. All right, thank you. All right, item 15, addendum, of which I don't believe there is any. Thank you. All right, so we are at the portion of the agenda that talks about notice of motion, direct motion. I did speak to the fact that we do require 2/3 majority to deal with specifically the correspondence regarding Autism Ontario, and that was for the flag raising request. South Grey Bruce Youth Literacy Council, they are looking for a proclamation in their request, and also the correspondence that we received from the Ayton Recreation Committee for their Family Day snow volleyball event, and they're looking for this event to be identified as an event of community significance. The other issues with regard to the staff reports, we will just have those brought forward as per usual of how council deals with that. The clerk has noted those on the minutes, and they will be received by council in a very timely fashion as per our CAO. Johnson will administer that and have those on the agendas. So thank you for that. So I'm looking for a 2/3 majority for all three requests at this time, and procedurally that's okay, Clerk Turner? All right, do I have a mover and a seconder for that?
Need a mover just to raise a hands, actually.
What's that?
Just need to raise a hands to get the 2/3.
Okay, I'm going to do a point of order on myself. We just need a show of hands on this, but before I do that, did you have a question, Councillor Townsend? All I'm doing at this point is putting them on the agenda for a notice of motion. Procedurally, I'm just pulling them together for the fact that we will consider them, but then once they are on the notice of motion part, we do have individual motions to move and second and vote on. Okay, so with a show of hands, are you all in favor of the 2/3 majority to include these items on? Very good. Thank you. That's a lot of language on that procedure. So I'll just pass that down. Thank you. Okay. Discussion period. So what do you have first?
It's kind of the second one.
Yes, okay.
Autism will be the first.
Yes, oops. Thank you. So I'm just going to put these in order by which we've talked about them. Family literacy and that. Okay. So moved by Councillor Shea, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby proclaims April 2nd, 2019 as World Autism Awareness Day and authorizes the raising of the Autism Ontario flag at the West Grey Municipal Office at noon on April 2nd, 2019. I just want to mention that I will be present for this flag raising, and I will endeavor to be present for all flag raisings that we have through our term of council, and I'd also invite any other member of council. Having said that, are there any questions on this? Councillor Herger.
Just have a comment. I am absolutely in agreement that we could proclaim the day to be as such. Now, this would go for World Autism Day, the Youth Literacy Day, and so on. I'm actually curious more about the flag raising portion of it. I believe that have we ever undertaken to raise any particular flag, or we have only been in the habit of lowering the flag as needed? Do we ever put up additional flags?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, we would put up, through this process, when a community group has a request to raise a flag, that's what prompts it for us. Our clerk may be able to add more, but I don't believe that we would just normally raise a flag that wasn't requested.
Right.
Right.
Okay. All right. Any, Clerk Turner, did you need to add anything to that? Okay. Just thank you for that procedural comment. All right, Councillor Townsend.
Just as an observation, that's a council day, so we'd have to make sure our council timing is such that it works at noon. That's all.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. Calling the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It does carry. Thank you. And I know staff will connect with the representatives to coordinate the flag raising. Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Hutchison. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby proclaims January 27, 2019 as Family Literacy Day. Questions, if any? Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Follow-up question to that is, there was also a request for grant, and I'm assuming we'll deal with that as part of the budget cycle.
That will be folded into our budget process, but very good point to make. Okay. All right. Moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Shea. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby declares the 3rd Annual Family Snow Volleyball Tournament to be held on February 16th, 2019 at the Ayton Centennial Hall as a municipal significant event. Questions? Councillor Townsend.
Clarification from Stephanie. Your comment was that in the future we should set some guidelines and standards for what we call significant. If we do call it significant, I'm assuming it is covered by the insurance. Is the concern that if we call too many, they'll see the risk go up and therefore the premium will rise, or what other concerns have they expressed?
Thank you. Through your worship. No, it's not about the concern of having too many significants. It's the fact that once you deem it a municipally significant event, typically the reason that we do deem it municipally significant is to assist a user group or an event planner, and they now get a liquor license at a discounted rate. So my main concern is when you and the insurance provider, once you deem something municipally significant, our name goes on the liquor license. So that is something that you need to be aware of when you're deeming things municipally significant, that we are on their liquor license and we are now part of their event and that process of what that event looks like.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton. And
Excuse me, seeking clarification. Another municipally significant event that we had in December also applied, asked council for this definition so that they could have the special occasion liquor permit, but then found out that it wasn't any less expensive and wondered why they'd gone through the process in the first place. Can you provide some clarity about that opinion that was brought to me?
Yes, so I have consulted the AGCO website, which is the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario website, and on there it states the reason that you would seek municipal significance is so that you can get the license at a lower rate, which is the public license, which typically people seek a public license for like a wedding where you're not going to sell alcohol, so you're not making a profit. But once it's deemed municipally significant, then you can get it at the public fee and make money off of alcohol then that way. So you can fundraise at by not needing to purchase the higher costed liquor license, if that makes sense. No?
Okay. Well, she was suggesting that the license costs the same anyway. I didn't need to go through that whole rigmarole, but that's not what you're suggesting.
I don't know the exact cost of the difference between a private versus a public one. What I do know is that a public, from my own experience, I believe a public license is typically cheaper, which is what I was under the impression. However, maybe I am incorrect.
And I haven't researched it either. I just saw that the reason that they're seeking municipally significant is to have a reduction in, well, to have a special occasion liquor permit. So it would be interesting to know if they're saving money or not.
I was under the impression it was so that they could fundraise and make charitable donations, because typically you can't fundraise, like if you buy the private event license, you can't raise money. If you buy the public one, you shouldn't be selling alcohol at all, and this allows you to buy the public one and then to sell and raise funds.
Thank you.
If that makes sense.
thank you. Councillor Hutchinson and then Deputy Mayor.
I think another reason that some people ask for it is I think they're going under the pretenses that we're providing insurance coverage, the liability thing, right? So they figure if they get a significant event and it falls under our jurisdiction and they're covered for liability. So I think that's part of it. The problem we have here is that we have a rec committee that works under our jurisdiction, and they're asking for a license. So I mean, we are covering them for insurance. So I mean, you want to see them fundraise and you want to see them do these things, but in the meantime, you know, we're liable for what goes on there, I guess, put it that way. So
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
So I was listening to what you were saying there about the license. So where's the Stag and Doe fall under this supposedly new procedure? Because that they are fundraising, similar to what we're going to be talking about right here with the snow volleyball. The way I look at it, I know we buy our own insurance for Stag and Doe. We take an overage. So why wouldn't that be something we would look at or consider if we're worried about it, offering it or having the committee do that? Just as if it's we're looking for a way to get out.
So just to clarify, you're asking how come a buck and doe is required to purchase their own insurance, but a committee isn't required to purchase their own insurance?
No, I was when you were explaining how the license works. I guess a fundraiser. Forget about the lower cost of the liquor license, because it's you're talking a few dollars.
Yeah.
I was confused though, because I think you made reference to a public event is one method, and a fundraisers, and like there's two different definitions of what we're looking at under this liquor license.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the exact. I apologize, I can't repeat what you said, but I'm just curious where Stag and Doe fits in with all this now.
So I have the exact wording of public event and the municipal significance definition from the AGCO website. So it's municipal significance for which a municipal resolution or letter from the municipal clerk or designated authority is required and indicates the event is one of a municipal significance. The event can be advertised and fundraising for profit, fundraising/profit, from the sale of alcohol at the event is permitted. So, and then it's just saying that you have to buy your alcohol from there. So there is really no difference between a fundraiser from a municipal standpoint from a Buck and Doe. The difference is one is an individual versus the municipality. So that individual is holding their own risk and holding their own SOP, and their name is on that SOP, which now the municipality is on the other one. So it's, we are assuming the risk versus when whoever hosts a Buck and Doe.
So, all right, now this particular, let's go back to, we got the Stag and Doe down. There is 2 or 3 people, possibly 4, that sign their names on the liquor license for this event. So I am assuming, based on the amount of times I've done it, I become liable when I sign for a liquor license. So is this their route? Yes, we assume it's municipality. I don't quite understand. Are we signing for the liquor license, the municipality, or is the individuals that are connected to it?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, my understanding is that despite who is signing the license, once the municipality is connected to it or endorses it, it's our insurer and it's our risk. So we've assumed that component of it. And because they are recreation committees that are appointed by council, that is a bit of a default of our system anyway. We just wanted council to be aware that we'd like to have, we'd like to have a further session or some information on how we manage the recreation, what council's comfort level is with that risk, and how we continue to facilitate some of these community events, just so that everybody is aware of what we're agreeing to do.
Very good, thank you. Further? All right. Councillor Herger.
So I guess what I'm curious about is what are the staff implications for our insurance company to be okay and acceptable with us providing municipal significant events? Now, we in December as council had looked at that event and said, okay, we also should advertise, do a little advertising for them and get a bit of a package together for municipally significant events. Now, I'm quite familiar with this snow volleyball. I'm the representative to this committee. This does need to have details sorted, right? And it should be able to be presented back to the committee with whatever council as a whole deems acceptable. So if you look at our other bit of the package today, we had the insurance premium going up. So how can we work with our insurance company to get the premium not to go up and to cover ourselves off a bit more? Do we deem them municipally significant, or are they already covered by council? I think that these details should come forward before we go ahead with any future municipally significant events. Now this one is very timely. They're to have the event in mid-February, and I'm sure it takes maybe a month to get the liquor license. So it's not one that I want to put off, but I definitely, if our insurance company is telling us one thing and we need to lower our risk so our premiums don't go up, which they did, we already passed that, we need to have it sorted. So
yeah, and we look forward to the staff report and have a more detailed discussion on it. It certainly is necessary. You wanted to? Sure. Go ahead.
I have been contacting various organizations, SMART, the airport, Source Protection, about coming as a delegation to introduce themselves, and then if council has any questions, I would suspect or look for some direction if council wishes me to invite a representative from our insurers, Dave Cowan Company, that we could do so probably within the next couple months, and that would be a prime opportunity to ask that kind of question to our insurer.
Absolutely, I think that's prudent, and I know the CAO was having discussions with me on that, and I see that as a very positive step forward so that council has all the information in front of them to make future decisions. So, very good. Councillor Herger.
Because of this timeline, what will we do with this matter? This is a major fundraiser for the Normanby Rec crew. They're looking forward to getting an accessible playground yet this year. They're looking at all of their events, saying which ones can we do, which ones do we need a little more information, how will we leave this order of business?
Well, we do have a motion duly before us, moved and seconded already, and I read the motion, and we were just at the question stage. So at this point, we would, if all questions are exhausted at the table, then I would be looking at calling a vote on this particular request. Councillor Townsend.
What about making a suggestion that we revise the motion to actually include the fact that the committee has to bring back their plans to council? If we're taking on some risk and we don't know because we haven't seen the plan, why don't we ask for it as part of the requirement of approving it so they can at least apply for the license? But that's obviously what they do has got to be contingent on the plan they bring here. They should have enough time to do that. I think that would be a compromise.
Okay, I'm just going to explore that a bit further. So, Councillor Hergert, when is this committee meeting again, and is that putting too much time frame restriction on them?
It's last Wednesday of the month. I'm just bringing up the calendar.
Okay.
It takes them a month to get.
Yeah, well, I think what Councillor Townsend, who's actually the mover of the motion, as it turns out, is just suggesting is the approval of the municipal significance of this event, but then just asking for subsequent information on how the committee is carrying out the event. And I think that's fine. So you're not looking at a further meeting to look at their events. You're just looking at in terms of if somebody emails this information to you, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, to clarify, they would submit a report. It doesn't mean we'll say no to the event, but we may have requirements or suggestions based on what they say. We're going to sell alcohol, but no one's going to monitor who's drinking. We don't care how much they drink. They're not going to put that in a plan. But if it was something we had a concern about, we could raise that concern with them before the event. So you're not actually stopping the event and stopping the application, but you are trying to make sure they're being responsible in the plans and the people that are going to be working the event, et cetera, to make sure that it's as safe as it can be. That's all.
Okay, so for clarification, you're looking at still approving this as a municipal significant event, but you're inviting the representatives from the Ayton Recreation Committee that are specifically dealing with this community event to submit something and having an ongoing dialogue. I'm just going to defer to our CAO at this point.
Thank you, Mayor Robson. And just for clarification, Councillor, would council be open to, I mean, I'm cognizant that volunteers are very busy people, and I don't assume that you're asking them to come in and make a delegation. A correspondence to council would be sufficient on the outline of the event and the staffing, the model, that kind of thing. Would that be enough then? Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Herger.
I'm just going to mention that I've worked with this group for the Ayton Ball tournament that they had in the fall, and each one of the committee members took a shift of when they were the responsible adult. And so if those are the details that we want, maybe that comforts our insurance company too, right? Just who is that person, how many people are smart serve, and those details, that's what we're actually looking for, right? So are there any other ideas or information that staff would need or so on?
Just some of the other things that I would be looking for would be kind of like a contingency plan. So what is your backup plan if there's an emergency that happens? Who's your first aider on site? Do you have the list of phone numbers for taxi cabs or designated drivers, and what's your process if somebody is overserved? How are you handling that? So those kinds of things. And there are documents on Frank Cowan's website on the Center of Excellence that I've already pulled off that have all that information on best practices, such as having, some healthy snack options and avoiding having salty foods because then people want to drink more, and free pop for the designated drivers and those kinds of things. So I have some of that knowledge already that I can pass on.
Good. Excellent. So what I'm going to suggest, Thank you. But what I would suggest first is that after we hear Councillor Shea's comments or questions, is that we deal with the motion before us as put forward, just dealing with it as a municipal significant event. I think the request for staff to contact representatives from the Ayton Rec Committee and asking for the details, logistics of their event, and also some connection with our manager of community services and that dialogue that can take place. But that, I just want to suggest that that be separate, that dialogue take place, but that the council at this point determine municipal significance or not. Okay, just so, I guess what I'm trying to avoid is muddying the waters for the two different actions that council's looking for. Councillor Shea.
Well, thank you, Mayor. That was exactly, or it's half of what I was going to say, is that these people have applied for this under a methodology that has been used previously in the past and has been granted previously in the past. And we, in the course of 20 minutes, have whipped up a whole new set of concerns, a whole new set of guidelines, requirements, insurance requirements that are under consideration. I think it would be inappropriate for us to, after a 20-minute discussion, to say there are new rules in place and you need to do this and this and this and this. I concur that we should have that discussion, but I don't think we've completed that discussion here, so I don't think we should attach any requirements to this request. We should approve the request as is, have that discussion that you suggested, put in place a set of guidelines that we can publish for people planning future events, and then people will be all playing by the same rule book.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that when we have that discussion with our insurer and our manager of community services, I mean, council ultimately is going to make a decision on in terms of what the criteria and the conditions by which we're going to make approvals anyway. So that is a very detailed discussion and should not just be focused on this one application, because it's coming forward in a very wholeheartedly way to fundraise in the middle of February, in the middle of winter, for the benefit of Ayton. So I definitely see the merit in having a comprehensive discussion. I certainly don't see the merit in having it focused directly on this particular item, but on a move forward basis. So certainly it generates a lot more discussion and criteria that we could put forward. Clerk Turner.
One last point of discussion. So there has been obviously a changeover of council. We're in the process of changing all the committees, going through that process. So what I'm envisioning is really these requests, any requests through the advisory committees should be recommendations to council, vetted through the community, the manager of community services. So these should come as a report from the manager, and then those issues would be vetted through that committee before they come here. So I would anticipate that would be the process from here on in.
Yeah, I think that's something that that is worthwhile for sure. Certainly the timeline for this one is rather short, being our last meeting before this event takes place. But yeah, I think that's something that will flow with the process. Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with not having the restriction in the motion. However, I do believe that we need to have some oversight to make sure that if we see some risks that are there, I think we would be delinquent not to close them. So we may not have a perfect system that says, here's the rules everyone's going to follow. But if Stephanie, for example, or anyone else within the committee sees a gap at their next meeting, then I think they need to close that. So how you do that is not related, if you wish, to the motion, right, but it still should happen. Otherwise, like I say, we accept risks that I don't think we should be taking. And we brought Stephanie on for a reason with her expertise, so I think we'd be silly to ignore it.
Oh, no, we definitely need to have that discussion. I'm just suggesting that the discussion not take place at a time of dealing with direct motions, that it needs more of a detailed discussion at Committee of the Whole, where that it's more informal and we have a detailed report from our manager and further questions. So I think I saw another hand before you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just double checking. Councillor Hergert, yeah.
Well, There's two comments that I'd like to make. The first one is that in November, December, we did not have any committee of the whole meetings where we would talk about each one of our little committees here. So I think some of this has gotten delayed to a point where now that we have to decide something. I guess because Stephanie is on board and her professional opinion is valuable, Stephanie, would you recommend this be approved?
In my professional opinion, I do not feel that the municipality should be engaging in activities like this, no.
I just want to let Councillor Townsend know that there is 2 staff members that serve on that rec committee down there that work for West Grey. And we have Councillor Herger that's, I'm sure, going to be there. So I'm comfortable with that. I know that Tom Culleton, our arena supervisor down there, or manager, I know all the functions I've been in over the years, they have a pile of people with SmartServe ready to take care of it. They do have plans in place to take care of any potential problems.
Councillor Shea.
Just to make sure we leave no stone unturned, when we do have come to discuss this in a committee of a whole meeting, the broader sort of framework for this, I think we should be inviting representatives from those rec committees to come to that conversation.
Okay. Oh, actually, that's very, very good. Good. Okay. So we'll plan that accordingly. Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Just further food for thought. The thing with the alcohol is it's an easy way to fundraise and make money, and that's why a lot of people do it. We have a group like our local Alliance group that are raising funds through some, like our Arts Fest that we had in the summertime, raise funds to cover our bridge, the new bridge, the walkway bridge. So it's an easy way to make money. It's a good way to, in some ways, I mean, it's good or bad, I guess, in your opinion. But the other thing that goes along with this is we talk about this and we see where it's going, but we also have to have a discussion, and maybe in this term we'll make a decision on whether we're going to license our own facilities. And if we're going to license our own facilities, then we're going to take on that responsibility anyways. Only we're going to manage it. So that's something that comes along with this, is that we have to have this discussion and whether we want to go there.
Good. Okay. Really, really happy with the discussion on this, quite frankly. It went from what I would say is a simple request that branched out into a lot of discussion and issues before council. So, very, very well done. I absolutely will get to you, but very well done in terms of the dialogue and bringing issues forward. So thank you for that, Council. Councillor Townsend.
My last comment, and maybe this will be the last one. I agree with Deputy Mayor Hutchison that there are staff and there is a council rep. Had that come forward in that manner, I don't think we would have had the question. But I think we can say that they're responsible. We can say that the process is there. They won't be the only ones that will be managing the event, and that's why I said that we need to have some input into that. I definitely want to see the event go. I think we'd be silly to stop it, which is why I moved the motion. But by the same token, we can't be irresponsible, so that's why we have to do the right things on that front too.
Okay. Anything further? So I am going to, I'm just going to read it again because there's been a lot of discussion, so just for clarity purposes. So moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Shea. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby declares the 3rd annual Family Snow Volleyball Tournament to be held on February 16th, 2019 at the Ayton Centennial Hall as a municipal significant event. Calling the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, which there are none, carried. It does say in the motion February 16th. Is there, let's just check it on the letter to make sure. February 16th, it matches up. Okay, thank you for that clarity. It did pass as presented. Thank you. Okay, we've exhausted item 16, notice of motion and direct motion, members of council. Item 17, closed session, incomplete items only. NA nature, not applicable. Item 18, matters arising from closed session, incomplete items, again, nothing there. We have dealt with item 19, question period. Item 20, Municipal Act notices. There are none on this agenda. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for item 21, adjournment. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and Councillor Townsend. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? No. Carried. Thank you very much for a wonderful council meeting, the first one of 2019. Thank you.